question this morning. What protein makes your blood the color red? 215-263-WMMR. Let's go to Nancy, see if we can get an answer there. Hi there, Nancy.
Good morning.
All right, Nancy, what is the protein makes your blood the color red?
It would be hemoglobin.
Hemoglobin. Hold on a moment. Nancy, we got you a $50 Metro Diner dining card. Metro Diner has launched a summer of waffles.
Waffles!
And it's wait, one more time. Hang on. Let me get that.
I'm making waffles.
All right. I was very happy you did that. Devoted to the Savory Sweet Breakfast Classic. And you can earn a dining discount and prizes by taking a summer waffle staycation at your local Metro Diner. You can visit metrodiner.com for details. All right, we're going to start with the sad news that Sinead O'Connor passed away at the age of 56 yesterday. Irish media quoted her family on Wednesday as saying, it is with the great sadness that we announce the passing of our beloved Sinead. Her family and friends are devastated and have requested privacy at this very difficult time.
Do we know what it was?
No, they haven't indicated. I mean, obviously, she had a troubled life. Her son had died by suicide last year, only 17 years old. It wouldn't surprise me that she may have taken her own life.
I had some reports last night suggesting that it was.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, and there's been no one has said it was because of a long illness or anything, but there's no official word. But yeah.
She's been tortured for a long time. She was molested as a child.
She had bipolar disorder.
Bipolar.
Yeah.
And all sorts of things. And in her more lucid moments, she was very insightful and candid about what she was going through. She copped to her own episodes and so on and so forth. My heart goes out, or now at this point went out to her for what she was going through. It was clear she was suffering.
Yeah.
As a kid, when she did this song, like I loved it, and I loved her.
Yeah.
I thought
yeah.
it was just her voice is just so nice.
Yeah, and she had such a presence. She's a beautiful woman.
Yep.
And but she was an artist, true and a protester, and she was a very passionate individual.
Russell Crowe, of all people, posted something about an encounter he had with her. She sat down, and I guess it was at a bar or a pub in Ireland. They had this long conversation, and he was with his friends and said, as she walked away, what an amazing woman. Like, she was just totally cool and open, and it was great.
When looking at the comments and tributes yesterday, there was one a name I wasn't expecting to see, but Ice-T posted something really wonderful about her, saying, look, most people don't stand for anything. She did. She was saying she was something else. And, a lot of people were affected by her passing. She released 10 studio albums, her debut album, The Lion and the Cobra, although Too Celtic for most of radio earned her a Grammy nomination. Her second album earned her the #1 hit, the Nothing Compares to You song we just played. That was written by Prince. With that, she earned 4 more Grammy noms. The same year, she won for Best Alternative Music Performance, but she shunned the ceremony in protest at the, quote, false and destructive materialistic values of the music industry.
Her most recent album was Sport or Not a Sport. Preston. That did not do well.
That she was, no. I didn't know that.
No.
Born in Dublin.
Just as whether it is a sport or not.
She wrote in her 2021 memoir called Rememberings, everyone wants a pop star, see? But I'm a protest singer, and I just had stuff to get off my chest. I had no desire for fame. In 2007, she revealed to Oprah Winfrey that she'd been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and that she had tried to kill herself on her 33rd birthday.
Yeah.
And as I said, she was the mother of 4 children, but her 17-year-old son, Shane, died by suicide last year. In her last tweet, she posted, been living as undead night creatures since. He was the love of my life, the lamp of my soul. And, of course, one of the things that really stands out was when she was on Saturday Night Live in 1992. She ripped up a photo of Pope John Paul II saying, fight the real enemy. At the time, she wasn't clear about it, but it was in reference to the sexual molestations that were taking place and the cover-up which wasn't huge news at that time. It all came to light later on, but that's what she was protesting when that happened. And it was met with, she was savaged after that.
We have a clip of her actually talking about that during a recent interview.
Let's play that.
Hang on. Yep, there it is.
All right.
Interestingly, what people don't know is that we in Ireland knew 10 years before you all did about child abuse within the Catholic Church. I was genuinely very angry with what the church were doing. By ripping that picture, I risked my career, everything. I could be a billionaire now if I wanted, if I believed in that, you know what I mean?
Did you know you were going to do it when you went on?
Mm-hmm. So I had planned it for a couple of weeks. At the very end, I pull out the picture of the Pope and tear it up. Silence everywhere. It was fantastic.
So what happened afterwards?
My manager vanished for about 3 days. He went to his hotel, just unplugged the phone.
Oh, wow.
Sounds like she's talking to Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. She also stated that she felt like an imposter.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time.
The imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
But I felt like the imposter that people loved the album. That's what was shocking to me. So I'd be doing the gigs and I'd be singing my songs and people would go mental and I'd be thinking, why are they all going mental? And I'm just a complete and then I'm on like David Letterman or I'm on Jay Leno or I'm like, I'm an imposter. What am I doing here? Why do these people? I felt like an imposter, which a lot of musicians feel. A lot of musicians tell you the same thing.
So she obviously struggled with a lot. Is just sad to hear that news. So just passing the information along. I'm sure there's going to be more coming out down the road about that. All right, another big high-profile story. Kevin Spacey cleared of sexually assaulting 4 men, completely cleared. The 64-year-old star of American Beauty, The Usual Suspects, and House of Cards was found not guilty of 9 sexual offenses against 4 complainants between 2001 and 2013.
He also learned that one of his barristers referred to his grandmother as Gum Gum.
As Gam Gam.
Gam Gam.
That's right. And he was...
Wow. He thought that was
It was
funny.
inappropriate
And
the way he responded.
Well, yeah, he was a little insensitive about it.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I had no idea that you called your grandmother.
He delivers that line so great in that movie. After almost 12 hours of deliberation, the jurors at Southport Crown Court acquitted him on all counts. He had tears in his eyes as the verdict was read out and later nodded at jurors as he left the court. Letting a big sigh in the courtroom, Spacey thanked the guards in a hushed voice and received a pat on the back from his legal team.
Press, was any of those complainants Anthony Rapp?
No, this was in the UK.
Okay.
He beat that.
That happened here.
Yeah. And he prevailed in that case against Anthony Rapp. Or Anthony Rapp against him.
Speaking outside the court, Spacey thanked the court staff. I already said that. And he had said that, or no, I didn't say that. He said he was enormously grateful to the jury, adding that he was humbled by the outcome of the trial. He said, I imagine that many of you can understand that there is a lot for me to process after what has happened today, but I would like to say that I am enormously grateful to the jury, having taken the time to examine all the evidence and all the facts carefully before they reach their decision. I'm humbled by the outcome today. I also want to thank the staff inside the courthouse, the security, and all those who took care of us every single day.
So does this officially wrap up the cases against him?
It's a good question.
Because domestically, that's over.
Yeah.
This is from his time when he was theater director of the Globe Theater in England.
Yeah.
And so that to my knowledge is the last of the cases,
In
right?
this news story, it doesn't say anything about anything else pending, and generally they add that at the end of stories. So
Yeah, and
maybe
they didn't say it.
Maybe he's done.
Let me ask you, what do you think the prognosis is for him
Acting?
getting the career back? Because he's already started to do a few things.
Yeah, I think he will.
Okay.
I mean, look, Mel Gibson came back.
Right.
You know, and so I think
And his
Kevin Spacey,
Gam approved.
Yeah, and Kevin Spacey is of that ilk. He's a seasoned
Tarnished.
veteran and has proved his worth in the acting community many times over. And listen, this is how the system works.
That's it.
He's been cleared.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a whole other system, socially speaking.
I know
that people are not going to be able to get past. Is like O.J. Simpson. He was cleared.
What happened with him?
He was found not guilty, but so many people were like, no, he did it.
It's unfair too because every day he conducts a valiant search for the murderer.
Yeah, I know.
So members of the public cheered and filmed Spacey as he left. One man wished him a happy birthday, while another shouted, "We love you, Kevin," as he got into a taxi to leave. He was acquitted of 7 counts of sexual assault, 1 count of causing a person to engage in sexual activity without consent, and 1 count of causing a person to engage in penetrative sexual activity without consent. Following the not guilty verdicts in the Spacey trial, the Crown Prosecution Services said that prosecutors respect the decision of the court.
There you go.
And by the way, a big thing was him, and what I do believe, though, is that he would reach out and grab guys' junk.
I believe that. Hell, I do that.
I
do that all the time.
But you know what? And it's stories like this that kind of create that atmosphere that, look, you can't do that.
Bad, Kevin.
You may be playing around,
Yes.
and that's your way of finding out if whether somebody is good to go or not. But you can't do that anymore.
You know, Terry Crews had that thing against the one of the guys from the Golden Globes.
Yeah,
producers.
Yep, exactly. So, Star Trek Next Generation star Will Wheaton took to Instagram recently to share his experience as a child actor in Hollywood and address the issues of residuals. In sharing a photo from the SAG-AFTRA picket line, he said that his parents, quote, stole his income and that his Star Trek residuals were all that he had. He said in 1960, SAG and WGA struck to force management to adapt to the new technology of television. Without that strike and the agreement it birthed, residual use payments would not exist. And he captioned a photo of himself actually with the Star Trek co-star Gates McFadden. And he said, my parents stole nearly all of my salary from my entire childhood. My Star Trek residuals were all I had, and they kept me afloat for 2 decades while I rebuilt my life.
Yeah, so the money he really makes is his time on Big Bang Theory and other things that he's pieced together. But yeah, I think he got emancipation from the family, didn't he?
But at that time,
legal emancipation,
they were taking his money.
Bastards.
And after that was over, he would get residuals from the show because it kept airing. And he needed that money because they took what he had already made. So, yeah, I believe, Steve, he did separate from his parents.
I said you ought to be nicer to Will Wheaton.
You mean Will Wheaton?
Yes, Will Wheaton.
Why are you saying it like that?
Well, I'm just saying you should be nicer to Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton seems like a nice guy.
Say wheat.
Wheat.
Now, say Will Wheaton.
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 Hey, did you hook up with Whoopi Goldberg on the show?
All the time.
Further commenting on why the actor's on strike, he said, I have health care and a pension because of my union. The AMPTP billionaires want to take all that security away so they can give CEOs even more grotesque wealth at the expense of the people who make our industry run.
Now, you're also running into these issues with the Wild West that is the internet and people, parents making bank off of their kids, but there is no union to keep anybody
Well, this is part of the deal.
Accountable.
Right. It all has to be reconciled. And as I said yesterday, somebody made the point that there are some things that the producers want known and other things they don't want known, which is exactly how these numbers are reconciled. And when they call a show a hit, is it a hit? How many eyes are on that show? And they got to work that out before they can work out any of this.
I've thought for a long time that they really need to do a better job of caring for up-and-coming people because, being on TV, being on camera, it's hard. It puts you into the spotlight, into the limelight, and it sort of creates this life that you're supposed to lead. And then when that goes away, there's nobody there to help.
I'm there.
Well, you're there, but you're not. I
can't be everywhere.
You can't be everywhere.
No. But I know what you're saying. And there are organizations and hospitals and things that are run within the industry, but I don't know. You almost want to offer a course on how to deal with this. You know, the same way that they're doing with the athletes. We're trying to get them up to speed on financial planning and and what you do and how you. But technically, that's what an agent and a manager should be doing for you. But when you start, you don't immediately have those things.
Right.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens
with Will
Wheaton. I got some gossip here for you guys.
Ooh.
And there's a connection to us in this.
Whoa.
Someone in the studio here?
There's been a lot of buzz about Ariana Grande's rumored relationship with her Wicked co-star Ethan Slater. Ethan Slater has been on our program. Ethan, I believe, is from Philadelphia. Ethan, if you remember, at the Camp Out for Hunger, is the guy who played SpongeBob SquarePants in the SpongeBob SquarePants musical and sang live on our show.
Yeah.
He and Ariana Grande. Believe it or not. I know, right? What? Unsuspecting. This guy is, now, and this is not.
And he's in Wicked?
He's in Wicked. But he's more of an average-looking guy.
Oh, yes.
And I am over the moon, the fact that he is nailing Ariana Grande.
Oh man, I gotta look this guy up.
That's right. I remember that. It was actually a lot of fun when he came out to the camp out. He was really talented.
It was awesome.
Now, apparently, he divorced his wife quickly.
Well, this is the
That's
gossip I have for
something
you.
SpongeBob wouldn't do that.
So, a source told Us Weekly
I bet
that
you it's Patrick.
the actor only told his wife of 4 years, whom he welcomed a child with in August of last year. Okay, maybe I don't love the fact that it's now an Ariana Grande.
no.
That he
It
was.
wasn't him. It wasn't him.
I'm sorry.
No, we had Lorenzo Puglisi in. That was SpongeBob.
Casey, this dude right here.
Yeah, pull up a picture of Lorenzo Puglisi, and you'll go, oh, yeah, that was SpongeBob.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking at our calendar invite from, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry to do this to you.
I'm so sorry to do this to you.
How do you spell Puglisi? I can't find them.
Pugliese. They were on with us on Thursday,
wrong with
December 5th, 2019.
It does kind of look like.
Dude,
Damn
they look identical, and he
look the same.
He had dyed red hair for the
For
SpongeBob thing, which makes him look like the dude who's banging Ariana Grande.
It.
You
My
never
fault.
go against Preston in front of other people.
Well,
Hey, now we know that guy didn't cheat on his wife.
Oh, yeah.
He just had a kid
And now-
last year.
And now we can be okay with this.
You know what?
Not liking this idiot. for
Yeah.
leaving
Yes.
his wife and his
You
kid.
idiot.
It turned into a feel-good story.
Yeah.
About triumph over a bad situation.
All right, well, anyhow.
That's the kind of news we report.
He apparently, according to a source, said
They do look a lot alike, by the way, Preston.
that he was ending things days before the news broke about him dating Ariana.
This prick.
The source said Ethan sat Lily down a few days before the news broke out about him and Ariana and said that he wanted a divorce. He said Lily never saw that coming, Lily.
Yeah.
However, another source told the outlet that both Grande and Slater were separated when they started dating, and the relationship is recent.
By the way, the wife he's separating from is kind of a knockout as well.
Lily J.
Yeah. Troll.
He filed for divorce from his wife, Lily J, in New York City on Wednesday. So, yeah, what a dick. No.
Total dick. Starring in Wicked.
I thought this was kind of fun. Ryan Reynolds wished Sandra Bullock a happy 59th birthday yesterday by sharing a nude scene from their 2009 film, The Proposal, on Instagram. In the clip, they are both naked and accidentally smash into one another. It's actually pretty damn funny.
I like that
And
movie.
His caption is great. He wrote, "Happy birthday to the inimitable and stunning Sandra Bullock. For your birthday this year, I got us both intimacy coordinators and an HR department. And clothing," he wrote. And in December 2021, she had appeared on podcasts and said that Ryan and I have known each other since we were prepubescent. We go way, 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 way back. So it's a really funny
It's
scene.
a funny scene.
Yep. So some local news. Cheryl Lee Ralph and her husband, Pennsylvania State Senator Vincent Hughes, may live on separate sides of the country, but that doesn't stop them from having a happy marriage.
Do you know he once played SpongeBob?
I had no idea. The Abbott Elementary star spoke with AARP Magazine recently about how they make it work. She said, "You have to have an incredible amount of trust in that other person. We spend a lot of time talking to each other, but if he doesn't see me every 2 weeks, he gets a little nervous."
Have you ever looked through an issue of AARP magazine?
I haven't. No.
It makes you embrace death. It's just
It's terrible?
It's just bland, and I'm like, it should be more exciting.
Yeah, but somehow they get really great interviews.
They
And
do.
They, like Bruce Springsteen was on the cover a couple of months ago, and I'm just like, how are these guys getting to be on this magazine?
She added that during the pandemic, they did live together. She said we're together 24/7, and it was absolutely great. And I thought, wow, I like this man.
I believe you, Preston, and Steve are going to be honored at the same time as Cheryl Lee Ralph by our friends at Cora.
Huh.
Oh, that's right. There's an event coming up.
Yeah, and
So
that's going to be in October. And,
She's a recipient as well?
if the stars align, she's been nominated, Steve, and you guys have also been nominated. So this, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say it or not, but I don't really care.
Nick, if I know anything about our luck, they won't align.
Yeah.
And we'll end up with Jervis. But I love Jervis.
Jervis is okay.
Yeah.
All right, here's the breast implant news I promised you guys. Kylie Jenner finally admitted to having breast augmentation surgery in the season 3. Well, it was in the finale of The Kardashians. The 25-year-old had previously insisted that she had never had major surgery before, noting earlier this season that she had only had fillers. But while speaking with her BFF, Stassi, on the new episode, she admitted to getting her breasts done, though she does regret it, apparently. She said, and this is me quoting her directly.
All right, let's hear it.
Also, I got my breast done before Stormy. Within like 6 months of like having Stormy, not thinking I would like have a child when I was 20, like they were still healing, she admitted. By the way, these people say like more than anybody I've ever heard. She added, I had beautiful breasts, like natural tees. Just gorgeous, like perfect size, perfect everything. And I just wished, obviously, I never got them done to begin with. She said, I would recommend anyone who is thinking about it to wait until after you have children. She added that her reservations about plastic surgery, she has reservations about plastic surgery now that she's a mother. She said, but yeah, obviously, I have a daughter too. I would be heartbroken if she wanted to get her body done at 19.
Well, the job that she had was a good job because it's, sometimes they look outlandishly fake. And so she looks properly curvy. But so we were told initially her lips were her own. We were told all about her cheekbones and all the stuff that didn't happen. And turns out all of that actually happened. And she's built a cosmetics empire on a false image of what she achieved using those cosmetics.
Talking about her daughter, she said, I mean, she's the most beautiful thing ever. I would want to be like the best mom and the best example for her. And I just wish I could like be her and do it all differently because I wouldn't touch anything.
So does Stassi say anything during this interview or is she just listening?
No, I skipped over it.
Oh, good.
Stassi said, if only we could reverse time.
Yes, I can turn back time.
As their drinks were brought in, she says, cheers to being confident and to us because we're dating, as they both look into the camera and laugh.
God, I could listen to them for hours.
There was speculation Kylie had gotten her breast done in 2015 when she was just 18, though she denied it on her app. She had said, I wanted to make a change, but no, people, I haven't gotten breast implants. Everyone is obsessed with that, she said.
So everything she's denied turned out to be true, so it probably was true that she got them at that age.
Yeah, I'm guessing so, probably.
I mean, she's had good work done. You can't argue that.
No, definitely don't argue that. All right, let's see. Got time for one more thing here real quick. Let's go with this. Jeopardy producers are going to delay taping of the much-anticipated Tournament of Champions after several former contestants stated they will not participate amid the ongoing Hollywood writers' strike.
I didn't like what they were planning on doing here, Preston.
What do you mean?
They were going to recycle old questions. And
because of the writers.
Because of the writers.
Yeah,
and so a lot of the contestants were saying they would not cross the the writers in that case and would support them. So yeah, I don't want that.
Well, they do have years and years and years and years.
I know
years of material to pull from, and but
do you ever just pull up old episodes from like 10 years ago? They're all there.
And I should, because the questions are still as intriguing as ever. Yeah. And it doesn't really matter that it's older shows. It's still, worth checking out. But no, I should. So new Jeopardy episodes will be produced in the fall with material penned by Writers Guild of America members before the strike began in May.
I was just mentioning to Nick, and you kind of concurred, Nick, there's been a really less than dazzling collection of contestants.
Yeah, and then you're right. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah.
But like next week, then you'll get a guy that wins like 5 in a row.
Right.
And,
there we go.
Yeah. So it really is hit or miss. It's kind of like the Phillies.
Yeah,
they're streaky.
Absolutely. But we were in a long drought.
Yeah, they win a bunch and then they lose a bunch and then that happens.
A show spokesman said Jeopardy never had any intention of producing a Tournament of Champions for season 39 until the strike is resolved. They don't have any.
All right.
The statement also emphasized how much respect the show's team has for the WGA. All right, I think we can do clips now. Talk to Me is a movie about kids who use demonic possessions to get high.
What?
That's straight from director Danny Philippou, who in this clip explains how the concept came about from a short film.
Yeah, so he had a short film and it was like kids that were like partying with possession. And so it was like such a cool concept.
Yeah.
And it was like an awesome comedy, like comedy horror sort of short. And then I rewrote it and did a bit more serious and like inserted the characters that I really connected with.
Yeah.
And then once I started writing, I couldn't stop.
I'm scared.
That'll be on the screens tomorrow.
This might be the movie my friend was talking about last night because she was saying that it's supposed to be super scary, and she said it was an Australian film. That guy sounded like he was from
He sure
Australia.
did.
Yeah.
Yep. It's right.
Have you heard anything? Because you're usually dialed in.
I've heard it's pretty good.
All right.
All right.
What's the one? I've been seeing the trailer for it, and they're the headlines they're putting out are scariest film of the decade and blah blah blah. And all this it's like somebody reaches and grabs like this ceramic hand, and you're supposed to hold it for 90 seconds or something like that.
I've not seen that one. No. And there's you know what? What's happening is we are in now a glut of horror movies because they're inexpensive. And you produce a number of them, and if one clicks, then you're off and running.
I think this is it, Preston. Is that a ceramic hand
Talk
on the,
to me, yeah.
on the poster? Yeah, the one that we just referenced.
When a group of friends discover how to conjure spirits using an embalmed hand, they become hooked on the new thrill until one of them goes too far and unleashes terrifying supernatural
Then that's
forces.
it. Very cool.
All right, next clip. The movie Haunted Mansion brings to life the classic Disney World attraction that spooked so many of us as kids. And in this clip, Scream Queen Jamie Lee Curtis talks about her own nostalgia for the ride and her character, Madame Leota.
I simply was just thrilled to be able to play this iconic part that's been part of this ride since 1969. I mean, I remember being a little kid seeing her inside that crystal ball. So for me, it was a no-brainer.
I don't think I want to see it.
Oh, so she's going to be the head in the crystal ball.
I dug that ride.
I did
always
too.
loved that ride. It had just a nostalgia to it.
Agreed. Haunted Mansion hits theaters everywhere tomorrow, by the way. And Eddie Murphy, they did a version of that way back when, right?
It wasn't that bad. This apparently is more in line with the points of the ride.
Okay.
So we'll see.
All right, that's your entertainment report. We have the cooling caravan heading out from Dunkin, serving up some iced coffee. It's going to get hot today. It's going to get even hotter tomorrow. So obviously, you know that we do have some possible thunderstorms working in the area, but we're going to do what we can to spread a little bit of cooling love through the Delaware Valley and hitting some work sites. So we'll check in with Connor, who's out with those guys today. Our buddy Victor Fiorello is going to be stopping by this morning as well. The best of from Philly Mag is out.
It's a good list
for the year. And I tell you what, let's cool you off with a case of Workhorse Brewing Company's Par Punch, which is perfect beer for the golf course. And we'll take caller number 12 at 215-263 WMMR. This juicy ale offers tropical punch aroma mixed with a blend of citrus juices, mango, and pineapple. Grip it and rip it with Par Punch. We'll be right back, friends.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
She got past it, but there are some lingering effects, and a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
Took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I had congestion too. So, sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like, taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No. And then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see.
Yeah.
I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right, exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's like it's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
so
a unique
weird.
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything. And then it just came back around one day.
What's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree.
Ooh.
I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the time to do it.
No,
This is the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts tickets.
Yeah. All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. Right. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. You know, we're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
You wouldn't know what
all
that tastes like anyway.
It's all edible, and
or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
No,
Is there a chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly.
Listen, I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an
orange
peel. Yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "He goes, hang on." He looks at me, and he goes, "Oh, it's not real."
It's
not real.
Yeah,
like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right,
hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question, because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yeah,
anger eating.
All right, so have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But I have, as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And
Steve,
I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah. And the only thing is I have had twinges of, like, if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, look. I mean, statistically, it you should get a return, but there's no guarantee it's going to be anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work, because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But like now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my my last day.
All right,
Steve,
man.
were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after.
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you, man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
Forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating. But I mean, I guess Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm
care?
pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too. So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right. But like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The little,
Because of the texture.
little treats.
Yeah, but it's the texture. Like Steve said, you're constantly searching for something. So, like, yeah, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
So
right now, that's like, because I can't taste anything.
Like zero sugar ice cream. And
Yeah,
stuff like
can't you
that,
find something that like is
approximate it?
That approximates the texture and that is not
putty
loaded with.
Case you could.
Yeah.
Those are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we need to do this after the contest.
We'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of balance.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And, Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting the because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it afterwards if I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay.
The password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand me, I can sip it without smelling, and because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll
Okay.
she'll She'll put it in your hand. Okay.
And I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going to
think.
smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay, and what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
She just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
Guys, I have to touch your boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever wanted to see Marissa feel up Kathy.
Oh, my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There you go.
Oh, my
All right,
God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah, what is it?
Smell. Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need a piece of water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Hey, just a reminder, something cool tomorrow night. Wrexham and the Union are playing at Subaru Field.
It's going to be cool.
Rob McElhenney back in town. And in fact, we're probably going to talk to him tomorrow. We will see him at the game tomorrow, but we might do a quick interview with him while we're there.
Right.
A few of us are going to go to the game tomorrow night, and I do not know if it's sold out or not, if there are tickets that remain. If there are, you should get it, man. So much fun. If you haven't been to a Union game, Subaru Park is awesome, and it's a really entertaining sport live, I think.
It absolutely turned me around about even watching it on television. Once you're there and you see it in person, you realize how much is taking place, you have a greater appreciation.
Absolutely. So get your tickets and join us. Speaking of tickets, I saw a story a couple days ago, and I found it very, very interesting. This is a woman who was she was on vacation. She was at a luxury resort in Turkey, but the thing is she had gone back there, and sometimes when you stay at resorts or hotels, they will give you wristbands.
Yes.
That indicate that you're a paying customer.
Gives you the full pass, yeah.
Well, she had used the same bands that she used from a vacation she took there in May.
What? Oh, my gosh.
And she stayed in a cheap apartment with her kids. It says 10 minutes away from the resort, and then used the old bands to use the facilities, eat free food, drink alcohol, and all that stuff. So it might have been an all-inclusive or something like that.
Yes.
And
And
so
I'm
they
surprised-
stayed somewhere else.
Did they get busted?
They did not. She
How does
posted
that happen?
a video about getting away with it. It's a good question, and that's why I wanted to talk about this, because I'm sure.
How do we do it?
That there are people listening right
I
now.
love it. That's what I was thinking. I was like, wow, that's a really good idea. I wouldn't have enough courage to do that.
Me
I would
either.
be too scared.
Yep.
But like, she did it and got away with it. I'm surprised though that like the wristband didn't deactivate or like change colors or like something.
I wasn't. Now there are some resorts, and I'm trying to think of where we stayed in the past, that simply just use a regular, you know, like the charity bracelets, the rubber ones.
Yeah, exactly.
They use different color ones for different days.
Yeah.
I think it was when we were staying in Hawaii, and you had to have a different wristband, I think, for each day that would cover, you know, being able to go by the pool and get your towels and things like that.
There was no like transponder or anything.
No,
it was
didn't.
just a regular rubber wristband.
Exactly. So I'm curious, people listening, if you've ever used either an old wristband or a ticket, and even gotten to an event that is, you know what I mean, that you didn't have to pay for.
Oh, absolutely.
So an old one or an old pass, whatever. 215-263-WMMR.
But I'm also thinking like a place like that, they probably don't think that somebody's going to do this and come back, and they're probably just using the same wristbands. You know, like maybe it's not a place that you would just like up and travel to if, you know, you weren't at an all-inclusive vacation.
That makes sense. So the level here that makes it sort of genius is that they get an off-site place to stay, and then they go on to use the facility. Now, the closest that we've come to this, I think I might have mentioned this on the show at one point, we had moved away for almost a year to California. We moved back. When we moved back, we stayed at a place called the King's Grand Hotel in Long Island, and we were waiting for our home to get the people who rented it to move out. And so they had old style plastic keys, you know, plastic key holder, and the key it dangled from the room number and all that stuff.
A big tab.
All right, it's a big room number on it. So we actually kept two of those keys. I don't even know if we could use these. We just kept them.
I used to do that too.
Right.
It's kind of a souvenir.
Right, exactly. And then we said, well, we could. It's right up the road now. It's close to home. They have a great pool. Let's see.
Use them.
We did it like 7 or 8 times.
Do you use them for the pool?
We go and use a pool.
And I'll bet this woman, when they went on this vacation, probably said, let's just take these with us.
Yeah.
And let's see if they work.
Yeah.
But maybe this wasn't the plan the whole time, but they found it. They went in and they worked, and then they kept going back.
Yeah.
You know?
So I used something. It wasn't. It was a ticket of sorts for years to follow. So I used to work for the Sixers, and I used to have a parking pass for the Wells Fargo Center parking lot. I used that parking pass for every event at any stadium down there, and I would park in the Wells Fargo parking lot, and it worked for, I would say, and they used to, I think now they either do it differently, or the way that it stopped working was they used to change the colors of them.
Yes. Okay.
So once my color was outdated, but I had gotten to like a level of like where I guess the color wasn't changing or whatever it was. And then when the color changed, I would say, oh, I forgot my pass, and I would give them my number, and they'd go, okay, go ahead. And so I parked there for
that's funny.
You found the loopholes.
Years.
And so any event you were parking there.
It was amazing. It was so great. And then I
decked out in Phillies gear.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Go team, go.
I'm here for the Sixers.
It was, well, but no.
The Flyers are playing tonight.
Nick, they didn't, the parking attendants didn't know what I did.
Right.
So, technically it could really work for
Anybody. Yeah.
But
Airmark.
oh my gosh, concerts, like all of it. And then I remember when it stopped working, they asked for the number, and then they asked they were asking for a couple of names, and my names of who I was working with or whatever weren't relevant anymore. And they were like, all right, listen, we're going to charge you, and then when you go in, you can just hand this to your boss, and they'll reimburse you. And I was
that was it. Yeah,
there it goes.
I've been lying.
Man, you were saving a chunk of change.
Yeah. Oh, it was, and you know what? It just was to not have to wait in the line because I was technically an employee, so they were like, okay, go park over there, where they would have a designated employee lot as well.
Right.
That would be awesome.
I'm going to go to some calls. I have Ryan to start with. Ryan, morning, sir.
Yo, what's up, guys? You guys rock.
Appreciate it. All right, so what have you used? An old ticket or wristband or pass or whatever it is?
All right, so in Philly, the Broad Street Run in spring is 25,000 people, and when they open registration, it's a race to get in.
Yeah.
So the one year I didn't get in, my girlfriend got in. I was like, well, I'm just going to use my my pass from last year, the bib.
Yeah.
And I used that thing at least 3 years in a row.
So they don't change much, do they?
They're all light blue.
Yeah.
But they change a little bit. And, you're supposed to, I think at the end, you have to rip off a little corner of it to get your free soft pretzel and drink.
Right.
Well, and your time, too. So your time was probably not being calculated.
Correct. But don't really care about that.
You don't care. Okay.
Right.
Running next to somebody else who's got a time if I cared.
Right. So, and you did that for 3 years in a row?
For sure. Yeah.
And
at a moment's notice, I can do the Broad Street Run.
That makes sense.
In the running world, I think they have a name for that. It's a bandit.
Yep.
Is that right, Ryan?
Yes, it is.
I've never heard that term, but I guess I'm a bandit.
Yeah.
Who was the
Thanks, Ryan.
the famous was it Rosie Ruiz? Who
Boston Marathon?
Yeah. Jumped in.
Yeah. And then got on the tee, right? And skipped 13 miles. Or
right. Yeah. It's easier when you don't run 13 miles of it.
Let me go to Mike next. Hey, Mike. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning to see
Mike.
you. What's up, Mike?
1989. My now wife and I and her girlfriend went to the Who 25th anniversary show.
Okay.
And guys were sneaking into the vet via a rope ladder down from the first level.
A rope ladder?
Try to sneak into it, try to climb up the ladder. Cops came, busted the whole thing. We move off to the side. This guy comes out of the concert walking sideways, can't even hardly speak. And he goes, "You guys looking for tickets?" We're like, "Yeah." He goes, "I have 2 tickets from last night's show, but the stub isn't ripped off. But I got 1 ticket for tonight." I said, "How much?" He goes, "Give me $20. Gave him $20. I gave the 2 expired tickets that still had the little tear off at the bottom to my wife and her girlfriend. Now, this is 1980, so short skirts, big hair, boobs kind of hanging out. She goes up to the security guards as the concert had already started, so there wasn't much of a line. The security guards gave them a hard time. I walk up behind them acting like I don't even know them. I said, "Come on, guys, just let the pretty girls in." And the security guy's like, "All right, fine, get in there and go get lost." We hung out, and it was still to this day the best concert I've ever been to.
So great. Yeah. Okay, so in some cases,
thanks, Mike.
Right now, at this point, I would assume it's never been more difficult to do that because you're not dealing with a lot of paper tickets.
No.
Or, in fact, like at the link, is it all?
I haven't gotten
phone.
I haven't gotten an actual ticket stub in years. I miss ticket stubs just for nostalgia's sake. But Steve, every event that I've been to over the last 3 years, it's been on my phone.
Yeah.
I don't know what exactly transpired, but a friend of mine got into the Taylor Swift concert without a ticket, and it was because she was with a group of people who all had tickets and were scanning, and they sort of just pushed her through the gate. They were not at a normal gate. They had some sort of VIP situation, but they kind of just pushed her through, and she got right in.
I've heard of people being able to fake. There's a neutral or inert sort of QR code or barcode that was making the rounds, and I was trying to find it online and I can't, but I remember seeing a story about it where it apparently applied to whatever kind of company was providing the security and the ticketing for a venue, and if you had this QR code and or barcode, you were getting access. Did you guys remember seeing this story at all?
No.
Okay. was wondering if it was still out there.
By the way, do you guys ever use your, we wear these tags, our keys to get in the building, are these tags that you wear around your neck on a lanyard, and we have these laminates that say WMMR and on air staff and all that stuff. You guys ever use this?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, me too.
Well, it was better when it had our picture on it.
Yeah,
that was excellent.
It was a little more
But
official.
I will use it, especially if it's like the MM barbecue or a concert I'm going to at in Camden, because the cops will block off certain streets.
Yes, yeah.
And I'll pull up and I'll just hold my tag out the window. I'm like, I'm working tonight. You know,
Homeland Security.
Even if it's not an MMR show, I'll be like, hey, I'm working tonight.
Homeland Security undercover's a DJ.
Homeland Security. Reminds me of scenes in the Blues Brothers where Jake pulls up and the good old boys are there, and he goes, he says he's a union representative, and real quick he flashes his hand up. He's holding a pack of cigarettes as if it's a badge.
Wait,
I love that.
Press, you know what else I do is if they're not going for the thing, they're like, okay, well, yeah, but you have to park all the way over there. I'm like, I have equipment in my trunk. I've got to drop it off to them, and then I can drive back over here. And they're like, oh, okay, go ahead.
That's a good one too.
It also, you just stated something though, and it's a subtle part of it. It's the way you approach that person.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't get contentious immediately.
Oh my God, hi, how are you?
Yeah.
I'm going to go to John. Hi, John. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Great. What's up, buddy?
Yes. So about a decade ago, Philadelphia, the Comic-Con was happening, and Stan Lee was the first time Stan Lee was going to be at the Philadelphia Comic-Con. So I signed up for the VIP experience, the meet and greet and a free autograph idol.
Right.
$250, one-time use for the whole weekend. So I go out Friday night, check in, register, say, hey, yeah, here's your pass. Well, then when I went back Saturday, the system was down. So they were manually checking. So when I went back in Saturday, they're like, oh, you have to check back in. Check back in. They gave me another VIP pass for another free meet and greet with Stan Lee and another free signed autograph. And then I was like, oh, okay, cool. So then when I realized that, I did it again Sunday, but this time I brought one of my friends so they could use my meet and greet and signed autograph for Stan Lee.
So at this point, was Stan Lee calling you by your name when he saw you?
Oh, yeah. It was just like, hey, what's going on, Stan the man? He's like, hey, what's up, John? How you doing?
Oh, that's awesome.
Great seeing you, man.
No, it worked. It worked. You made and try it, right?
That wasn't your mission. It fell in your lap, and you accessed it.
Exactly. And now I got 3 different memorabilia items signed by Stan Lee and 2 pictures with him. One was actually a photo bomb. So when I realized it worked, I wore a Green Lantern shirt and a Green Lantern ring, and it made it look like I was doing the whole Green Lantern punch to Stan Lee.
It's pretty cool.
It was like,
no, that's cool. So, and a lot of times those things, and it was their fault. The system went down. You had nothing.
I get bracelets for the amusement park, and the mom would make them slide them off, and she had a Twizzler jar full of all the bracelets.
Oh, these are the ones that you would attach and would be permanently the same size all the time. So like a little tab on there. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yep. So every night was a different color. So she would go up to the boardwalk every night to see the color, go back home to the Twizzler jar full of bracelets, and then they would just slide one on.
Oh, my God.
So you had a whole system in the Twizzler jar.
Yes, correct. It was great.
And this was how long ago, do you think, April?
Oh, a long time ago.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore. Because you run them under a scanner now.
Yeah.
And they know for sure. But if you happen to come across a place that does not use that system where it's encoded or has chips, just by the color alone, you can still pull the scan.
I think there's a confluence of things that you can do. And as you said, like they talk about the Taylor Swift concert and everyone scanning their stuff and someone just kind of massaging their way through in with that collective. So you may be dealing with the more high. So for example, I have a room key from a hotel we were in Budapest. Mm-hmm. It's the same standard one they use. I know that they're only for a certain amount of time. Could you go to the front desk and go, my key's not working?
Yeah.
You know?
Could. And then you run the risk of oh, somebody's in my room.
My key's not working because I'm no longer staying here.
Yeah.
Look, can you fix that?
Preston, didn't you have a story in the B-File not that long ago about a guy that had scammed his way into a hotel for months and months without paying it? And it was
That's right.
Yeah, like a high-end hotel. Yes.
And it was hundreds of thousands of dollars a bill that he racked up.
Yep. Real quick, I want to go to, hang on, our buddy Craig Legons is on the line. Let me go to him. Hey, Craig, good morning.
What up, white folks?
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm good. I think John, the previous caller, and I were at the same one. I Axel Foley'd my way into a Comic-Con.
Okay.
Once. This is after I worked for WHYY, and I still kept the ID badge in my backpack because I never cleaned it out, of course. And so I walked up, and this is back when it was still Wizard World, and your name had to be on a list, and it wasn't as extensive as it is now because everyone's press if they do a podcast. So I just said, and they asked for press credentials. I said to the Craig Legons, and I said, no, there's no Craig Legons. I'm sorry. I meant WHYY. I said, no, not there. I said, damn it. And I pulled out my old WHYY ID badge that still had my hair in cornrows. This is when my Iverson phase one, so you could see it was really, really old.
All right.
Guys, and I said, I work for WHYY. I'm sorry. My boss was going to call and get me press credentials, and he was really busy, and I didn't want to bug him, and I'm really sorry. And the guy behind the counter was really nice. He said, oh, that's no problem. Hey, well, you're press, so here's your press, credentials. Gave me this huge pack of press credentials and free pass and weekend passes.
That's it. I mean, if you even I think now, if you have some sort of press credential or something that sort of looks that way, I think if you presented the way you presented it, Craig, you'd probably get in, right? You just have to work it.
Exactly. That's what I did, and that's how I met Stanley.
There you go. Make sure you spell press right, though.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Craig. Good to talk to you, man.
You guys.
All right, see ya. Hang on, in case you wanted me to go to Henry here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to him. Hi, Henry. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Great. What's up, my man?
So my wife and I love Disney, and we eventually had 4 kids. And when they were little, you had to be under 3 to get in free. So our kids were under 3 for like 5 years.
Yeah. Hell yes.
Yeah.
Then once they got old enough to be like off on their own, we used to buy just 2 children's tickets, have 2 of them wait outside, have the other 2 come on out, give them their wristband, and then get them back in. So then we'd have all 4 kids in.
Wow.
So you're working the system. So and you think you'd still be able to do that today, or have they changed that system?
You know, the last time we did it was a few years ago. My wife didn't like doing it anymore because we didn't like get kicked out of Disney.
Right.
But I bet you there's still some loops around there that you can get into.
You raise a good point though about the they're under 12. They're how long parents will milk that. Did you have that
for sure?
Yeah,
for sure.
What was the oldest you pulled off and managed to convince?
I don't remember, but my kids are really tall, so
you lost out quickly.
It's hard to do it for very long.
Yeah, but movie tickets are a little bit cheaper. And,
but like a buffet breakfast.
Yes. Ben's taller than me at this point, Steve. And I'm like, that's one adult, one
He's
child.
6. He's 6.
We got busted. Well, my parents got busted at Disney trying to get my youngest brother, Christopher, and my dad used to pick him up and hold him.
And he was 18.
He's 2 or whatever it was.
Did it work occasionally?
We went to Disney like once a year, but it was 1 year we tried it. And the woman taking the tickets looked at my brother and goes, "How old are you?" And his like little hands just came up with 3 fingers. And they were like, "Go buy him a ticket."
Oh, that's funny. Let me see. Speaking of amusement parks, Richard is on the line, and we will go to him now. Hey, Richard.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's up?
Hey, so back in like 2012, I went with a class for like, you know how there's like concert events where they sing and everything like that?
Right, yeah.
Well, we did that, and then afterwards we got to go to Donny Park. So we're in the park, we're walking around, and we're in line for a ride. I look down, and I see one of the Fast Pass bracelets. I'm like, I wonder. So I pick it up, put it on my wrist. It managed to actually stick because it's one of the old like paper ones, right?
All right.
So I go to out of the line, go back into the line, and pass the guys that were in line with me. The guys see my wrist, and I'm like, go right on in. Sweet. I got on all the rides that day through the Fast Pass line for free.
You just found one. I wonder. Let me. You actually bring up a good point. So,
Thanks, Rich.
You guys, if you're leaving an amusement park, you have one of these passes or anything like that. Do you kind of look for someone to say?
I've done that. In fact, so Reese, who used to work here in our promotions department, worked down at Disney, and I went down there, and he gave me a stack of Fast Passes. Now they're all in your wristband now, but back then they were little cards.
Right.
And so I was with my brother, and we were having a great time. We were leaving, and we weren't ever coming back, and so I just found like a family.
It's kind of cool, isn't it?
Yeah. It was, I felt like a superhero for him.
I have never really thought of that.
I hate anything like that going to waste. Like if I have extra of something, like anything, I'll get 4 tickets and then only 3 people end up going. Like I try to find somebody in line who has kids or something, and like here's an extra ticket.
Yeah. When we were leaving Phoenix, when we drove to the Super Bowl, I had a car full of like beer and chips and I'm sitting there in front of the hotel, and I was going to throw it all away, and I see these like young guys walking by. I'm like, hey, what's up, handsome? And I said, guys, I have so much food in my car. I'm like, just
all you have
to do is touch it. You don't have to do anything but touch it. But I gave it a big calf. I didn't want any of it to go to waste.
It'd feel terrible if it went to waste. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember when you guys went to Arizona for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What did you have to get rid of out there? Was there like, it was the big container on top of the...
I just left it on top of the thing. I dropped it off at the Subaru dealer. Quadratech is there's a company that they sell a whole bunch of, and so this was like a luggage rack that you put on top.
Yeah, container,
And we needed that. Like, I didn't know we needed it until we started. I was like, oh, thank God we have that. But yeah, I just left it on the car.
All right, here's another. Now, this whole thing got started because a woman went to a resort in Greece in May and then returned back several months later. And instead of staying at the resort, they rented a place nearby that was kind of cheaper, not an inclusive place, but they had their old wristbands. And they went over and tried them out at the resort, and they worked.
And it worked.
And they got the food and the drink and the pool and all that stuff. And we're just talking about using old passes or wristbands to get access. But this one's a little bit different. I'm going to go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
I'm such a creep.
Yes. Tell this story, dude, because this is good and bad.
Please don't judge me. I made good for it. I really did.
Okay.
So about 20 years ago, I went to a beef and beer. Ex-girlfriend brought me. I didn't want to go. Blah blah blah. The whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
So they're doing the raffles, the 50-50, the whole 9 yards. They were selling tickets, obviously, and for some reason, I can't remember why, I had a roll of tickets in my car. I think I had them for work or whatnot. Same color. Same ticket numbers.
Oh my God!
So I went in there and got me like a little arm length, a little bit more, and wrote my name on there. Didn't tell anybody. I won a whole bunch of stuff.
So we're talking like a beef and beer, which is usually it's a fundraiser or a charity of sorts.
Hold on.
Okay.
I won Phillies tickets. I won Eric Lindros signed hockey puck.
Oh man!
I won a basket full of liquor. I won, what else did I win? I won like 5 or 6 things. I think I won tickets, like a nail salon, whatever.
Yeah.
But I did give a lot of stuff away. I gave the puck to a kid. I kept the Phillies tickets.
There you go. You gave it away to a kid.
And I did feel bad, so I slipped $100 into somewhere or another. I slipped $100 somewhere into like a basket or something.
Okay, and you walked out with about $21,000 worth.
Pretty damn funny though, Joe. I like
did not
that.
tell anybody, so nobody knows, and I guess they all know now. But that was
they do.
Joe raises another good point.
Appreciate
Preston.
it, buddy.
You can go to like a a party supply store where they sell those tickets in large rolls.
Yeah, we have some at home.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you
You should not do that though.
Or you could just buy those wristbands. There's like paperish wristbands that are different colors. You can do that as well.
If you're wearing like a shirt that says staff on it or a shirt that says security on it and you dress well enough, can you scam that way?
Absolutely, I think you can.
I have to jump in here because 2008 World Series, guys I went to high school with went because it was part 1 and part 2.
Yeah.
And they went and bought yellow staff jackets and ended up getting into the World Series because people thought that they worked at the ballpark. Yes.
That blows my mind that at such a high-profile event, just simply a windbreaker that looks You know what I'm saying? It's just a breach of security.
My cousin was sitting, we were at a bar in Montauk. This was years ago. And she was sitting kind of near the door. And it was a night where there was no one at the door. There was no bouncer. It probably wasn't going to be as crowded. But where she was sitting made it look like she was working the door. So somebody walked in and like took out their wallet and ID. And she went with it. She was like, okay. And then they handed her like whatever it was, $5 or something. And she was like, oh, wait a minute. And she moved the chair and then she started collecting a fee.
Oh, my God.
That's just flat out robbery.
Swear to God.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
Swear to God.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just hand me your money, please.
That's like Preston in a hard day's night when Paul's grandfather just goes, he's wearing a suit and puts sort of like a napkin over his arm, goes over, writes a note, and hands it to a guy who's gambling, and the guy tips him. Yeah. And so he quickly makes money.
I remember this was in the fairly infantile days of social media, and I saw this story on, I don't know, some like Ass Hollywood or something like that. Did I say Ass Hollywood?
Yeah, but I knew what you meant. I love
anyway.
Ass Hollywood. Ass.
Tonight we're looking at a lot of asses.
So, and it was around the Oscars, and so there's all these after parties that happen, and they said that, or it might have been Grammys, one of the big award shows, and somebody was doing this. They were following people who were posting social media pictures to these exclusive parties, and they would have lanyards around their neck with the passes on them, and they would zoom in, look at the artwork, do a mock version of it. And that very evening, able to make up passes that were like that and go to the party right then because they were in the Los Angeles area.
Listen, that's genius.
Yeah.
And the fact that you could do it quickly. Now it used to be, all right, you're going to need to call Q Branch and Bond and help you with this. Now the average resolution of your iPhone is going to be able to get you a good image that you could print up and do it yourself in a couple minutes.
Yeah. Years ago, I was at a Fish concert at the Spectrum. I had pretty decent seats, and I went to my seats, and there were people standing there in my area, and they were like, "No, we're sitting here."
Yeah,
and I was like, "No, these are my seats." And they pulled out their tickets. They're like, "No, these are mine." Their tickets were for the Spectrum for those seats for Monster Jam like a week before. And I was like, a-holes, get out of my seat. Like, you're in the building. Just be happy that you're in the building.
What about
get out of my seat?
The total antithesis of the Fish show, Monster Jam.
Speaking of you and concerts, Casey, I'm intrigued by this call. This is Mike, who we're going to go to next.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Long-time caller, first-time listener.
Oh,
you did it the other way.
What's up, Mike?
So back in 2005, I had the honor of working with the Phantom Patrol over at the Philadelphia Phantoms, and our guest host, or our guest presenter, was Casey every Sunday.
Okay.
So I believe it was November, December 2005. Bon Jovi was over at the Wells Fargo Center. Casey goes, see Bon Jovi? We're like, well, we don't have tickets. He goes, just follow me. So we grabbed some stuff, acted like we were bringing things over to the Wells Fargo Center, back from the game. And we get stopped at security. And then he's like, oh, no, they're with us. We're just going to the office. We ended up going up to the 200 level, finding 4 seats, and enjoyed the concert.
Do you remember this case?
I do not remember this at all. But, hey, I'm glad I could help.
Maybe it was someone impersonating you, helping them get into a show.
Are you sure it was Casey, Mike?
99%.
It might have been Nick.
Oh, yeah, I did that too. Hey, remember that time, Mike, we went to the Bon Jovi show together?
Yeah, Casey has long hair and like a gray patch in his beard.
No, that's Pierre.
Oh.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, Mike. Well, Casey remembers it differently, but like he said, he's happy he could help.
Maybe it was Bon Jovi himself.
Wow, maybe. Well, it's interesting. There are many ways that one can kind of scam a little bit.
I mean, I've taken friends into like shows and stuff like that we didn't have tickets for. I don't know that I would take a random person in, but yeah, sure. Follow me.
You guys know this story. I got snuck onto the White House grounds.
That's right.
Yeah, for a concert
for the Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters.
You just had to pretend you were Clinton
on the south lawn of the White House. And
how do you sneak onto the White House lawn?
you have someone very important
Just take you in?
Take you in, and that's what happened. And
Madeleine Albright.
This person was telling me as we were going into the gate, he's just walk quickly, stay with me.
Sounds like
don't
Dr.
talk,
Mike.
Don't talk to anyone. Yeah, totally. When you're going down to get
blood work.
Yeah, follow me. Keep your head down. Don't say anything. That's what Mike does when we go to get blood work.
And never turn around when
Yeah.
somebody says something.
Yeah, that's kind of the way this was, and only it was the White House.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for your stories. We do appreciate this. We're not endorsing this type of activity.
It's wrong to do that.
But go for it if you can.
Yeah.
But thank you for your calls. Listen, we have something wholly else going on this morning, and it is the Cooling Caravan with Dunkin. It's toasty, hot, sweaty, nasty today, and we've done this over the years, where we send out some cool refreshments to start the day off right. And we have a couple of stops that we're going to make this morning, courtesy of Dunkin. And in fact, they call it the Community Cruiser. Do we have any music to set up? All right, give me something. Yeah, because it's hot, friends. And we are going to go to our buddy Connor, who is leading the charge this morning. And we're going via Zoom right now, and let's find out where he is. Hey, Connor, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing great, bud. Looks like you already got a beverage to start the day off with.
Yeah, because I'm sweating my ass off out here. It's already not even 9 o'clock yet, and I'm dying.
And you can
but we're
feel
here in Tinicum.
You can feel the humidity, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's terrible.
All right. So who reached out to us in Tinicum to come out?
So we had Kelly Quinn, who's a senior ops admin here at Ground FedEx. Hi, everyone.
Hi, hey, Kelly. Excellent. Okay, so Ground FedEx. That's the establishment.
We are FedEx Ground.
All right, and Kelly, how many people working with you guys today?
We have
700?
Around 700.
We're going to need more coffee.
Yeah. All right, and listen, my son does delivery, so I know what all that entails. You guys have to deal with some
of a truck. It's an oven.
It is. It really is, and the drivers are dealing with that all day in the sun. So getting them started with this nice coffee and these refreshers today is a good way to start the day.
Awesome. That's wonderful. Well, thank you, Kelly. Have you been a longtime listener of WMMR and the Preston and Steve Show?
Oh, yeah, since your Y100 days.
Thank
I wore
you.
the Beatles for you today.
Oh, thank you, Kelly. I saw that. That is an awesome Abbey Road shirt. You're repping my boys today. I love it. Excellent. Well, Connor and the Dunkin crew and the MM Army are going to take care of you guys. You guys are going to hang out for a bit and make sure everybody gets something cool to start the day, right, Connor?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they're chugging out all this coffee and the watermelon refreshers. So trying to keep us full.
All right, so just drop off those 700 coffees and then take off.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, Connor, thank you, man. We appreciate it. He is on location, FedEx Ground in Tinicum, and so
I know what that is.
They'll hang out for a little bit, and then they're going to head off to another location. We're only going to be able to hit 2 locations this morning because there's 700 people at the first one. But we will do what we can to cool some people off this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will dive into the bizarre file when we return, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Testing this out on Earth, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing. All right. A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called? The chocolate that you put on ice cream, like a
Hershey's,
like a chocolate syrup.
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right. Kathy, lucky you. One of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get
it. But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
I like this one.
Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Wow. So a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe. So
what it is.
sweet, savory. What is the reaction?
No, like vinegar, maybe.
She's right.
But here's the thing:
it doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? The FUD, the
chocolate
sauce.
The FUD.
What about I think she was going to say fudge.
Like
FUD.
So that I can smell. I can smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
That's not hot sauce. That's chocolate sauce.
Sorry, chocolate sauce.
That's what you would put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing.
Well,
and not going, yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You know.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God!
Dude.
Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try it that
yeah.
way?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no,
But smelling it?
No smell.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of water.
Different water. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Well, you might.
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it too. I can smell the apple juice. I mean, is it safe to say that I can, the sweet stuff I
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a
sweet.
little
You're
more
rocking
so
sweet than anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in and says sweet is the last taste to be lost even with aging. Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not.
Well,
but
this has nothing to do with aging. This
That's why
is
old people
only-
love pudding.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Kathy, so that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right,
Well, good for you.
So,
See, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
chocolate
yeah.
and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston. You're legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should set up an institute.
If you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find 1 or 2 things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
You know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go away. So this is something you'll have to test with.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
Here's
so eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes. Or are you just
I'm not like a
perplexed by it?
huge fan. I think it might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of pudding are you drinking?
Puddings.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Which would be something very sweet.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think
Mrs.
it's
Butterworth.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
She's
spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right, this
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Wait,
Preston, so we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So that Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question. That reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here. I'm going to drink this lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've never. Well, we have met many times.
All right.
Many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the smell part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah. But I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff was...
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like, even with her drinking that, and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what I'm
a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so here's... Okay, this will be interesting.
Oh, boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh, God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to
Just stick your tongue in there.
Yeah.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. What? I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that. It's gristly.
Yeah.
Move your tongue around.
I have no friggin' idea.
No idea. Smell it.
I feel like it's probably a spice or something, but I have no idea.
But it should be very recognizable by taste, no question. Nothing when you smell it?
I'm trying.
She's not getting it. And she's inhaling deeply.
You would know this in a heartbeat.
Cinnamon.
Oh,
it's just straight up cinnamon.
No.
Yeah. Nothing. Even after you know, you don't recognize it.
Not that one.
Okay.
The more you know.
If you're tuning in, Kathy lost her taste, and we're testing her on that. Let's do number 10, if you will, please. And we're back to liquids now.
Okay.
Let's have a little sipperoonie and see what you get from that.
Is it alcohol?
Like rubbing alcohol, yeah.
No. That's all I
She's
get.
saying
It doesn't
alcohol.
taste anything, but I feel like maybe
Like vodka?
Like a vodka or something like that.
Do you get a burn from it, or
Yeah, like a little burn.
Down your throat?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's why, because it's alcohol. It's vodka. She can taste that it's alcohol, and I get that, because outside of the taste in your mouth, once it goes down your throat, you get this warmness, this heat.
Right.
So,
Marissa, can I taste that one just to?
Hey, Kath, a question for you then, because I know you like to drink wine and you're pretty particular about your wines. Will you just go buy the cheapest ones possible now?
Well, no, what's funny is, because they'll probably give me a headache.
Yeah.
I was at my brother's house, and, he knows what I like to drink, and he didn't have it. And I go, what is this? He goes, it doesn't matter. Just drink it. You'll be fine.
Thunderbird.
When friends drop by who can't taste anything, give them the cheapest crap you've got in the house. That's why I reach for the Thunderbird.
James Mason approved. All right, here's the next one. This is number 11. You should get something from this.
11!
Let's see.
There's a reaction.
Got a real
scowl. She actually did De Niro there for a second.
Yeah.
You're talking to me?
Whatever it is, I'm not a fan.
Not so much.
Interesting that there are bad tastes that work through.
Nick, it's not a bad taste. It's like that vinegar feeling again. Like if so I have no idea.
That makes sense for this. Do you want to smell it?
Smell
it. Smell it.
You can smell it.
You can smell it.
Do you smell something?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing De Niro again.
I don't like this. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
And you know what? I don't put that on anything. So
Okay. Not even in Bloody Marys? Well, it's already in Bloody Marys. Usually,
no, I'm
so.
not a Bloody Mary fan.
Okay, all right. So no dice on Worcestershire. We've got 4 more to go.
4 more.
Here is number 12.
You've had a pretty decent degree of success, Kathy. At least your ability.
Well, the vodka one I'm kind of only half giving to her because she couldn't identify it. You should be able to tell that it was vodka.
All right. A big scowl on this one. Preston's the only one who knows what this is. Preston and Marissa. So we're guessing along.
This gave the, puckering again. I don't know what it is, but again, it's like triggering something in my mouth.
Take a smell. Take a sniff. You don't know. You can't taste it.
Vinegar.
Okay.
Wow.
But it's a very specific kind of vinegar.
Yeah, the kind that smells like feet.
Okay. It is apple cider vinegar.
It'll cure everything.
There's a shot of that every day, right?
That's what they say.
I should get my taste back after that.
Yes.
Right.
Right. All right, we have 3 more. This is mystery taste number 13. And let's see how you do on this one.
My stomach's going to be great after this.
I know, right? Fortunately, you're just taking little baby sips, so.
You're going to be farting clouds.
All right.
Spending, get a reaction.
Spending some time with this one.
Okay. Not as much as a scowl from the Worcestershire. All right, so she's feeling it.
There's like something in it, some peppers or something.
Would you say Thunderbird?
It was like there was substance to it. There's particles in there.
Particles.
I don't know what it is, but it's making my mouth burn a little bit. It has a little kick to it.
Burn a little bit. All right, so but you don't know.
Can I smell it?
Sure.
Can I?
What do you think? What do you think, Ed?
Can I?
I don't know. I want to say like
good.
Pickled something again.
Pickled something.
It's hot sauce.
Straight up hot sauce.
Yeah, it's
What's the
Mr.
title of it?
Mr. Deck's hot sauce.
This is I'm the marketing director of this company.
Yeah, the name this particular flavor is called Butt Blaster.
Oh, really?
They're out
Seriously?
of Newport Beach, California.
I like that.
So
All
it's
right.
very, it's a like a
Powerful.
very hot.
Yeah.
Who brought that?
I did. I'm seriously the marketing director of this company.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought it in.
Did you come up with the name Butt Blaster?
It was a collaborative effort, so yes.
Who's Mr. Dex?
A college friend, and this is a side project. And this is as far as I've gotten as marketing director.
How do you like the taste?
I love it. I put it on.
Do you put that as on
but I put it on pizza. I put it on eggs.
By the way, this particular heat rating is 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, it's not that hot.
So not crazy
All right.
hot, but enough to give you some sensation.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
2 more. This is another solid. I didn't know we had another solid. This is the only other solid in our list. So do the tongue thing. Stick your tongue in.
Okay.
Yeah, stick it
Do
in
that
there.
tongue thing.
Stick it in there. Love it. Stick it down in there.
Come on, man.
She's like an inquisitive look.
This I get absolutely nothing.
Really?
Absolutely nothing from
Okay,
this.
so that's a nothing, and you should be able to taste it, smell it, and see if you can come up with something there.
Nothing, huh?
Like a, I don't know. Maybe there's pepper in it. No, because I didn't feel that on my tongue at all.
No. It's garlic powder.
Oh.
Garlic
You would
powder.
absolutely know,
I'll give you a
right?
piece of gum later.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we have one final taste in our test for you, and let's see how you do with this one.
This one,
Yes.
I also get absolutely nothing. Like it could be water to me.
Okay.
Like it could. That's the consistency.
All right. Take a little bit more. This is the last one. Finish it all off.
Put your tongue in it.
Go ahead.
No, is it going to make my stomach hurt?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
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 I get absolutely nothing.
Take a sniff and see if you can tell from that.
Not really. I want to say, is it another alcohol?
Sauvignon Blanc.
Your favorite brand as well. It's Nobilo.
Oh,
wow.
I
you
get
poor
nothing.
thing.
Nothing.
That's a shame.
Sucks.
Oh, man.
Give me
So, Kat, let me ask you then.
Give me that bar.
Wait, are we done? Can I take the?
Yeah, that's it.
The
All right, thanks, Kath. Connor's out with the Cooling Caravan. First stop was Ground Fed X in Tennicum. They're still hanging out, offering up the iced coffee from Dunkin'.
Small group of 700 people.
And some other chilling refreshers. Ooh. And we'll have some other locations to get to in a bit. But in the meantime, we're going to do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to start at an amusement park, Cedar Point. A season pass holder was diagnosed with a concussion after he said he was hit in the head Saturday by a loose iPhone while riding a roller coaster at the Ohio amusement park.
I don't doubt that.
David Carter said, I had blood dripping down my face and I felt a bit dizzy. Carter, who also wrote about his injury on social media, said the mobile phone flew out of the pocket of a boy riding ahead of him on the Maverick roller coaster. The boy's mother also lost her phone during the ride when it fell into the water below the ride.
They really try to make it as understandable as possible to take that stuff out of your pockets.
Absolutely. In general, the park said loose items are required to be secured or left with a non-rider. Rides that do not allow any loose articles are Valverin, Gatekeeper, Rogaru, Magnum XL 200, Steel Vengeance, and Millennium Force.
I'd love to go to that park, man. That's on my list.
Most other roller coasters have storage bins for loose articles. Carter, who said he worked at Cedar Point about a decade ago and operated the Maverick ride, said that he was disappointed by the amusement park's response. He said on-site medics looked at his wound and cleaned up the blood at the park's first aid department. He went to the hospital on Sunday morning where he was diagnosed with intermittent headaches and a concussion. Cedar Point, he said, reimbursed him for his fast pass and offered him free meals for the rest of the day. However, he added that the incident took place at 6:35 p.m., and he didn't leave the park's first aid department until 8:30, and he only received one free meal before the park closed for the day. Yeah.
Well, the park hired the doctor from Action Park, Preston.
Oh, yes. They were.
That was the problem,
They had a crack medical team.
Yeah.
All right, this is wonderful, and the video, you gotta love it. Travelers at Philadelphia International Airport were treated to a rare spectacle when a raccoon showed up on the belt at baggage claim.
It's amazing.
Yes, he looked like he was having a good time.
This is the best day of my life.
A passenger recorded video Wednesday evening when the raccoon emerged from the chute alongside suitcases from a recently arrived flight. So he comes up out of the chute.
Yeah.
Where your luggage makes its way onto the little turnstile thing.
Where our
there.
children play with their toys.
And
where my children come and play with their toys.
Airport officials said the hub is surrounded by fields, and raccoons have been known to get into the airport from time to time.
You know, I wanted to ride that thing.
Oh, me too.
And a raccoon beat me to it.
The airport said in a statement the raccoon in the video most likely got lost in one of the baggage tunnels and was attempting to get out. The airport works with the USDA to set humane traps for raccoons. The raccoon was not trapped by staff, and it appears that they found their way out of the building and are back on the streets of Philadelphia.
So it's daytime. Would we be concerned about this raccoon?
Maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah. Raccoon a day, run away.
Oh, yeah. Raccoon at night, it's all right.
Yeah. A Turkish man accidentally joined his own search party and looked for himself for hours.
Oh, he looking for?
Before realizing they were all looking for him. And Steve, it literally was like that.
It was that.
50-year-old Bayun Matlu had been out drinking with his friends when he wandered off into a nearby forest and didn't return. Unable to contact him for a few hours, his wife and friends decided to alert authorities, who set up a search and rescue mission to find him. Efforts to find the missing man intensified in nearby neighborhoods as the news spread, and soon a large group of volunteers had joined the mission. Matlu came across the group of rescue workers and volunteers while roaming the woods, and unaware that they were looking for him, joined the search mission. They said it was only when the volunteers began shouting his name that Matlu became confused and asked whom they were trying to locate. He said, "Who are we looking for?" He's like, "I'm right here."
I just want to say something if I can. I know I'm out there somewhere alone and scared and looking for food, so I appreciate this effort.
The man was then taken aside by one of the rescue workers to give a statement in which he was reportedly worried about getting into trouble with his family. He said, "Don't punish me too harshly. My father will kill me." Once they learned the man had joined his own search party, the rescue workers safely escorted Matlu home, but it's unclear if he was reprimanded for his actions. And it's also unclear how his friends didn't realize that he was right under their noses the whole time.
I like it just wanders into the woods.
Yeah. A passenger was caught on video urinating in a corner of a plane in front of people who appeared to be Spirit Airlines flight attendants.
Kiss boy.
As she complained that they didn't let her use the toilet.
This is like 30 stories of people pissing in planes.
So the woman is squatting down to relieve herself on the floor and yells, "I need to piss. 2 hours. You tell me you cannot? You close the doors." And then a flight attendant says, "Say hello to the camera." The woman said, "The plane has stopped. I cannot hold the pee," adding that the crew members should, quote, blame themselves. She said, "You can do whatever you want. You can send a warrant. Arresting me is better than this."
And it was Martha Stewart.
The flight attendant then advised the passenger to drink water because, quote, "your pee smells disgusting."
I would just die if someone took a whiz on the plane near me.
At the end of the short clip, which was posted on Friday, the woman gets up and pulls up her pants before she begins a walkway. It was unclear what flight the woman was on or what ended up happening to her. This is a follow-up story to one that we had, I believe it was last week. So 3 decomposed bodies, like mummified bodies.
Yeah, I remember the story, yeah.
Found by a hiker at a remote campsite in Colorado's Rocky Mountains were identified by a coroner on Tuesday. The deceased were Colorado Springs residents Rebecca Vance, her 14-year-old son, and her sister Christine Vance. And Rebecca's stepsister, Jara, told the New York Times that the 2 sisters and the teen told her they were going, quote, off the grid.
Oh, my God.
And that Jara had tried to persuade them not to go. Jara said that her stepsister had grown disillusioned with the way the world was going and that her fears about its direction grew worse during the pandemic.
It sounds bad.
Yeah, Rebecca's sister Christine didn't want to go initially, according to Jara, but changed her mind in the belief that the mother and son would have a, quote, better chance of surviving if she went too.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
They said that the coroner said that a harsh winter or malnourishment likely caused their death.
Yeah.
So there's no foul play.
I was asking last week, like, why wasn't there any missing persons reported?
Right.
And it's because they were deliberately off the grid. They didn't want anybody to find them.
Yep. All right. And there you go. Wow. That is the final story in the bizarre file for you. All right. Let's take a break. Come back in a moment. Don't forget our buddy Victor Fiorello this morning stopping in to talk about Philly Mag's Best Of 2023.
Yes. Always a great list.
Great stuff in there. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
For you, like, legit has no taste.
What?
He's saying that a lot of people describe water as having no taste.
Right.
You were able, I think I am as well, slightly able to discern between tap and bottled water.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it has a taste.
But
right now.
Right now.
Oh, yeah.
It has zero taste.
Yeah, probably not. I can't believe I couldn't taste the Nobilo.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That's
crazy. So to review, she got correct and guessed correct and wasn't definitive, though, but said, well, is it chocolate syrup? You know, so you kind of knew what it was, but you really didn't say, oh, that's it.
No, none of them I knew 100%.
Yeah, all of these were semi. So chocolate syrup, vinegar, apple juice, so the sweets you could get. And one that you could definitely, that I think you got the best was pickle juice.
Yeah, that was,
so maybe if you really want to taste something
put pickles on it.
flavor-wise, you could have pickles.
Yeah.
And the other one was vodka. Or I put in alcohol because you didn't quite get the vodka right. So out of 15, you were able to identify really 4, and that's it.
Marissa, was the I'll just say it, the honey was that usable? By the way, I just grabbed these things out of the...
Oh, you know what? I just stopped at 15. We brought
no problem.
Things, so.
It has.
Want to see if you can smell it?
The honey has a taste to it.
Does that like spice habanero?
There's another taste, and I'd be curious if she'd be able to taste. Don't show her the label if you can avoid it.
Oh, what? Like it's
It's
flavored honey.
It's got another fruit in it,
Oh,
and
right,
I'd be curious if with the sweet stuff you could do it. All right.
I won't look. I guess I can.
You can look at it.
Yeah.
Juice.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Rub it on your sweater.
Stick your tongue in it. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get it?
No.
Nothing.
Can you taste the sweet of the honey?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I can taste the sweet of the honey.
Nothing else.
No.
Because it's blueberry honey.
Blueberry honey. Okay.
I'm going to try that.
No, and I'm having even the smell with this one is a little tough.
All right. Wow. Well, that sucks, man. You know, hopefully this is going to be quick.
Just 400 days.
And yeah.
I know that poor guy.
I know.
I really hope it doesn't.
He said he was rage eating, just eating out of anger. Even though he can't taste it, he's still going to eat something that he knows his body likes.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm not. I mean, I'm still eating meals because yes, you still get hungry, but I'm not really snacking because. What's the point? Like, I don't feel like anything because I know I'm not going to be able to taste it.
Yeah, a lot of times snacking is just you want some flavor.
What about hot drinks or things like that, like coffee? Nothing.
Not really. I mean, I know
people have said coffee is a big inciter.
Well, and you know what, Steve? When it first happened, I was not leaving the house, obviously.
Right.
So I wasn't going to get my coffee. I could make it at the house, but I was kind of skipping it because I couldn't taste it, and I was getting the headache.
Do you think
and
you'll
I'm
try?
like, oh my God, wait. That's like the caffeine headache. You need it.
Do you think you're going to try that orange thing?
Listen, I'll try anything. Let's.
Might as well, right? I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And if for some reason it does, then you're good to go. Okay. All right, this has been the Kathy Romano Taste Test. And, young children can learn new things faster than you can.
Yeah.
Brown University researchers found children of elementary school age can learn more items within a given period of time than adults. They say this is due to differences in a brain messenger known as GABA. GABA.
Is that okay? Yo Gabba Gabba. I mean, is Yo Gabba Gabba just nonsense, or does that have something to do with what you're like
Radio Gaga?
It may have something behind it, Case, which this stabilizes newly learned material. GABA does. Specifically, children were found to have a rapid boost of GABA during visual training that lasts until after training ends.
I think this is just an attempt to get people to say GABA.
Gabba Gabba. What does he say?
I've got a great idea. We'll pretend that we have the results of a study, and the thing we'll refer to as GABA. Just go along with it.
In adults,
this replaces last week's study that involved butt munch. There were no takers on that, but I think GABA we can get in there.
You remember when you were a kid, like butt munch would have been would have been a suitable insult.
Yeah. Hey, butt munch!
Like, shut up, butt munch!
You're disturbing my research on GABA.
In adults,
Gabba Gabba cool, man. That's what he says, right?
Zappa Zappa cool.
Oh,
Zappa cool.
That's right.
Philadelphia has more than 300 historical markers spread throughout the city, each recognizing a significant person, a place, or an event that shaped Philadelphia's deployment. We were just talking about this.
I love to read them.
I do too. Casey does not like to read them because
I'm not. It's not that I don't like. I'm just not interested.
I got you.
It'll be a waste of my time because I will forget everything 3 steps after I walk away.
By the way, the new markers were selected from 91 applications, bringing the state's total number of markers to more than 2,500 since the program started in 1946. You want to hear who some of them are?
Yes, please.
All right, these are the ones that are going to be in Philadelphia. John G. Johnson will be celebrated.
But your cousin has to call me Jimmy.
Johnson earned his nickname America's Best Lawyer. Practicing from 1862 to 1884. Among his clients were U.S. Steel, Standard Oil, DuPont, J.P. Morgan, and other corporations. So he had the big
Sorry,
clients.
Alaska.
Yeah.
You're not a state yet.
He has a kick-ass mustache, too, by the way.
Absolutely.
Johnson's personal
ladies loved him.
Art collection was, you know what he invented?
The mustache ride.
Free mustache rides. He invented that T-shirt.
Yeah, and on the back of his Conestoga wagon, it said, the bitch fell off.
Yep, and free mustache rides. So
I propose the ability to ride my mustache to any lady within the city limits. Anytime, day or night, contact me and I will allow you to sit akimbo across my face. Oh, and I'm also a lawyer.
He's also a lawyer, yes. Also, Samuel V. Merrick, notable industrialist during the early years of the Industrial Revolution. He built Philadelphia's Southwark Foundry, one of the most advanced manufacturing plants of its kind in the U.S., and co-founded the Franklin Institute.
Hey. And I invented the steam-powered Sibian. It was a time of frustrated sexual appetites. And spinsters couldn't get any.
That thing was powered by steam?
Yeah.
That's powerful, man.
Absolutely. We lost many young ladies. Many of them that caught on in Philadelphia ended up in Delaware.
Yes. It shot them across state lines. We're going to try this thing. We try to have toys to play with when we do the Camp Out for Hunger. And Casey found this thing. It's called the Meltdown. All right, so we're looking at a video of this outside right now. If you guys want to go outside and see this in person, you can. If you want to stay in here and watch this on the video, that's fine. I think Steve and I are going to try to head out there.
Yes.
All right, so let me describe this. It's a big ring. It's like a square, actually. It looks like it's about 20 by 20.
It's a square ring.
And in the middle of it, let's say like a boxing ring.
Yeah.
All right, so that's square. All right, anyhow, inside the middle of it is this big apparatus. It's a large arm, and obviously the object is to avoid this arm as it swings around. Now, I was out here playing with this earlier.
Yeah.
It's got 3 settings on it. All right, it's got slow, medium, and fast.
Yeah.
Fast is insane.
it
is.
Well,
like,
so
no way in hell.
All
you're
right,
gonna
Steve,
survive.
when I put my when it was going fast,
Yeah.
I was thinking, oh, there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to do this, and I put my arm up just to see what it felt like.
Right. And it ripped it off.
It almost ripped my arm straight off my body.
Do you think you could time it? Because that's obviously the key.
I don't know. And I was going to bail on this until Marissa made me feel like a giant puss.
All right, because Marissa's doing it, Casey's doing it, Nick is doing it, and we needed a fourth because the rest of us are going to get killed.
Yeah.
So Kyle is going to wide angle Kyle, who went on the road trip with Casey and Jackie Bam Bam.
Yes, wide angle. You know, me and campout stunts have such a good history.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start these guys off on slow, see how they do. We'll try out medium.
No way.
And by the way, what did you tell me about fast, about recommended?
Not recommended for a very long amount of time.
Yes.
All right.
Fast is not recommended for a very long amount of time for a reason. So you will either have to jump or duck as this is going around. And all these guys are mic'd, so this should be interesting as far as the sounds that we're going to get from this.
Do you know what makes this wild, Preston, is that what they're really not standing on is very firm. It's very bouncy.
Yeah.
So that can be very confusing.
This is inflatable and it is squishy. So, your name again?
Jacob.
All right, Jacob is going to be he's going to be our inquisitor here. All right, Jacob, you ready? All right, let's begin with and give us a little bit of music, Ryan, if you could, back at the studio. All right, here we go. Let's begin on slow and see how we do. All right. And
wait, come on!
Casey gets immediately.
I thought it was going that way.
Mulligan.
I thought it was going clockwise.
Mulligan.
Oh, it changes directions.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
All right,
He's going to go back, isn't he? He's going to go counterclockwise.
Wait, this is. Oh, here we go. All right, Marissa ducks successfully. Nick jumped over. Casey goes under. Kyle goes over the top. Marissa is down.
Yeah!
Oh my God. Casey successfully ducked. And Kyle, whoa!
He
I'm
made
great
it
at
over.
this.
Way over the top.
I like this game.
Oh, down.
Jesus.
Over.
All right, hold on.
The jumping is useless.
It's on medium now. Hold on. This is. Oh my God! Stop! Hold on. Casey,
I knew this was going to happen.
Casey, are you okay?
What?
Yeah, he's okay.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. That looked painful.
All right, I got to ask you something.
That was
In
slow.
what world does a non-Olympic athlete clear that? That was incredibly hard.
Did you see his neck?
Yes.
I would just like you guys to know while you were watching Casey fall, Kyle rode the thing until he knocked me down.
Oh, really?
Did
I knock you down?
I mean,
And the breathing situation that's taking place right now while everybody has a minute.
By the way, Casey's still down on the ground.
Oh, he's up now.
All right.
I'll tell you this, what was hilarious, Kyle was clearing it pretty well, but at one point it caught him and threw him into Marissa.
Yes. I missed it.
What's that weekly exercise class you do I need in?
Fortunately, we'll have video of this because I missed that part of it. I was so focused on watching Casey get knocked clear out of the air.
The worst part, so I don't even care about my neck.
So
were my love handles out?
No.
Okay.
You look stunning.
No, it wasn't embarrassing at all.
No.
Do you guys want to try it on fast?
No. That was slow. Can we go to medium?
Wait, that was medium.
Okay.
We went from slow to medium.
Can we go to super medium first?
Let's try fast.
Extra medium.
What do you want to do medium and then fast?
I don't know.
Okay.
Honestly, put us out of our misery.
All right.
Just kill us.
We're going to do fast, okay? All right, Jacob, on your mark, get set, and go. Here comes fast. All right, Casey. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's insane. Oh, my God. Dude. No. Casey's hitting it. He's kicking it. He's punching it.
The thing clocked me in the back of the head.
I'm pretending I'm in a box.
Are you concussed?
I got donkey punched.
You know what? Actually, we got paid by that person you were dealing with over at Villanova to clock you in the back of the head.
Oh, my goodness.
Are we doing this again?
Yeah, one more time.
So what speed was that, Preston?
That was fast.
What if I just ride it? Can I ride it?
Yes. Oh, my God.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
Will that work? All right, let's try it. Have Marissa on medium. Here we go.
I need some to hold on to it.
That lasts.
Watch your leg.
2 seconds.
All right. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, you ready? Wait, Nick's in the corner.
Oh, I didn't hear no bell.
All right, fast. On your mark, get set, and go. And it's off. Nick's down.
I think he broke it.
Marissa's stuck on the end. She's hanging on.
She was hanging on.
Is there a roast beef sandwich in the studio? What is that?
There's some breakfast sandwich of some sort.
A breakfast sandwich?
Like eggs and sausage and
No,
bacon.
it doesn't. What is it?
Why would I lie to you, dude?
Because it looks like a hamburger from here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Was that sausage?
I know. I initially thought Casey, but I smelled something. I'm like, I smelled like, is there somebody frying chicken? And
Where are the sausages?
And it looks like an Arby's roast beef from where I'm sitting, but that's not it. Okay, it's a breakfast
Now I
sandwich.
want an Arby's roast beef.
Yeah, where'd you get the breakfast sandwich?
I stole it from down the hall.
Oh, another radio station brought in some. That happens. We all we cannibalize off of each other's foods.
You know, but they cannibalize our food more than
Exactly.
we
Way
cannibalize.
more.
Yeah,
Way more.
And who was it that came down the one time?
Trey Thomas.
Trey Thomas. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And Preston yelled at him. I was like, Preston, he's a former offensive tackle.
Well, listen, I know. And it was chicken wings. I'll never forget it.
That's right.
I was really hungry. and so sometimes people would eat the food before we would even have a chance to get to it. It was brought for our consumption.
And for us to talk about on air.
Yeah.
And Trey, I didn't know who it was. I just saw somebody. I saw a shape. And I go walking out in the green room and I go, hey, 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 hey. Like that. And he turned around and I'm like, oh my God.
I just wanted to say, hey.
Hey.
How are you?
Oh, no.
He was such a nice guy.
He was a great guy. Yeah, I miss him.
Have all the wings you want.
Came out to the Cardboard Classic shortly after that. And Casey and I went out to dinner with him and his wife. It was a great time. Actually, Carter and I sat with them at the table, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We had a really good time. So I hope Trey's doing all right. So if you guys don't mind, I have some stories that are focused in and around our area.
It's time for the city beat.
I'm sorry?
Time for the city beat.
Yeah, baby. All right, so we're going to...
Behind the beat with the oh-so-feminine feet.
I wouldn't call them feminine.
I would.
Pretty.
I would.
All right, how does this sound to you? North America's largest swing set will soon find its home in FDR Park.
So I saw this story.
That's awesome.
And I think it is awesome. I needs me some good swing time. I love swings.
Fun.
I love them. There used to be, so there's a Daisy Park it's along the Wissahickon Trail. And they had the old style chain swings. And I'd be walking the dog and we'd stop there and I'd get a little swinging. And it's fun, especially if you can get it, you gain some good altitude.
Yeah.
Except it's going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
Security has been increased in that
You saw
park
that, right?
because of all the vandalism and underage drinking that's happening.
Oh,
there.
really? Dude,
Yeah.
people tossing porta pots into the little lake there.
What?
And
They've ruined
flipping
like
over
canoes
kayaks
and fishing equipment.
Yep.
You can't.
See, this is why you can't have nice things.
Can't have nice
Seriously.
things.
You are going to ruin it for everyone. I saw a teenager talking about some restrictions that were getting underway at what used to be the Galleria. Now it's the
Fashion District.
Yeah, the Gallery Mall. I'm sorry. The Fashion District. And they were having to keep kids out of there, unsupervised kids. And this kid was like, why are you doing this to us? And while I understood what she was saying, I'm also like, well, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
You've got groups of people that are causing a problem, and that problem has to stop. And the old saying, this is why we can't have nice things. And it only takes a handful of people to ruin it for everyone. But anyhow, this is part of they're doing a big renovation of FDR Park.
Maybe this will be what we need if we can all come together under swings.
Now, it says the set will have 20 swings. That doesn't sound like America's largest swing set. But it will be
20 contiguous swings.
It will be able to accommodate 30 people. Construction of the playground is underway. And
how do 20 swings accommodate 30 people?
The playground, along with the mega swing, is scheduled to open to the public on August 26th with a formal ribbon cutting.
Steve, it has 6 types of swings, some that will seat more than one person.
How about this? We're looking at it, a design of it.
Right, that's pretty big.
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was going to be like a permanent structure because there are other things that were going to come to the city that never happened, like the largest water slide.
Yes.
Remember that?
When I read this story, I thought about that very thing. It was only going to be for like a week or something, or maybe even a weekend.
They were going to run it down a street that had an incline or decline.
Yeah, I forgot
and it
where
looked
they were.
awesome. They had the plans and everything, and it never happened.
Never ended up happening. I forgot where they were going to do it, but it was going to be right in Center City, wasn't it?
Because we've had some cool stuff, like we had the flute tog and all that.
It was somewhere in the city.
I thought it was going to be like the
Flute Tog.
Parkway or something.
Maybe it was the Parkway. Okay. But Flug Tog, that was a lot of fun. And then they did the bike version of that with Red Bull. That we did at Maniac. That was insane.
I was talking with my fiance about the bike race the other day and how great that was, and then how that kind of got away from us too. But I miss
Nick, it was sensational. Yes, there was many opportunities for lethality to occur, but it was still great. Preston, you and I were judges. Was it the Red Bull? Was it the boxcar? What was it? Down. It was in Maniac.
Yeah, they were riding like bike. Yeah, I guess maybe they were like soapbox cars.
There was an impending
insane
hurricane.
Yeah.
So and it was awesome.
right.
And I'll never forget there was a dude dressed as Michael Jackson going down on a carousel.
Yep.
And at the bottom they had these bales of hay. He hits that. It's the first I saw Michael Jackson fly. It was amazing.
Well, since we were the judges, we were at the exact spot where they like picked up maximum speed, and the guy that was dressed as Michael Jackson, he comes flying around the corner. And he's like with no care in the world at all. He was going, "I love you," and he was blowing kisses, and he is, I mean, hurtling towards near death.
Oh my God!
And he stayed in character. I think he ended up winning. It was hilarious. But anyhow, they're going to do the ribbon cutting on August 26th for the North America's largest swing set. The playground swing set will be the largest, according to a spokesperson for the Fairmount Park Conservancy, although the precise measurements are not known yet. The renovations and their cost have raised some controversy, especially in a city where so many budget priorities are there. As of May, about $100 million of the $250 million had been raised through donations and grants.
That's how much the swing set cost?
No, there's more.
I mean, it's a giant park, and there used to be a golf course there. I don't know if they're doing something with that, if they're doing some sort of construction or
they have
whatever.
disc golf there, if I remember
Do you
correctly.
think it can be brought back? I mean, talking about all the vandalism that Kathy was describing?
Yes, I mean, it can. Now, and for all intents and purposes, the park is being used properly by most people.
Porta pot owners.
Well, listen, I go down. That's where we park for Eagles games. So I'm down there many Sundays throughout the fall and winter, and people hang out there, and they have barbecues, and there's pick up soccer games, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. But it could use, I wouldn't even say a little more. It could use a lot more TLC, because there are pockets of the park where you're like, dude, do something about this.
Yeah.
And then there are other parts where you're like, oh, this is really, really nice. So
I always thought the zoo should move there and do some like San Diego style zoo, because the zoo where it is now, it's hemmed in. You can't expand it at all.
Yeah.
And some of the animal enclosures are a little small and tight.
When the
And
elephant weighs 50 pounds, it's
there's
just-
no elephants.
Yeah.
I mean,
took
Steve,
them
like,
away.
yeah, they couldn't have elephants
Yeah,
there
no
anymore.
room.
So I always thought FDR Park would be a great place for
That's a really good
a
idea.
Philly zoo. Yeah.
Also, it's just in a terrible spot.
Well,
of
but
the city.
The zoo?
Yeah.
Oh, well, where it is now.
Yeah.
It's literally a triangle that you have the Schuylkill Expressway and River on one side, you have the train line on another side, and then you're hemmed in by something else on the third side. And they'd have much more room if they moved.
You know when you really saw it, you go up in the zoo balloon and you see, there's no way to expand this.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I mean, they probably wouldn't want to. Number one, it'd be insanely expensive to move it, but also because of the historical. I think it's the first zoo in America, right?
The way that I envisioned it is keep that and then add like more of a safari style at FDR Park.
Zoo 2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could have the smaller animals or whatever else, the features that they have at the zoo now, and then just expand upon it.
By the way, the renovation plans of FDR Park, which aim to make the park climate resilient and add amenities, have also sparked debate about how the parkland should be used, especially after the pandemic changed residents' relationship with the space. Critics have opposed a wetland portion of the project and a proposal to create multi-purpose baseball and softball fields.
Yeah, they already have that, but
They do?
yeah, they have baseball because I've been to a couple of my nephew played baseball at prep, and that's their home field.
Didn't Ryan Howard open that? I believe Ryan Howard with the Phils opened up a training ground for Little League and sometimes like even minor league ball players will practice there, when spring training is going on.
That's cool.
Marissa knows something. Hold on. She just handed me a note about Southeast Asian Market at FDR Park.
Do you guys know about this?
No.
Okay, so it's been going on for decades, the Southeast Asian Market. There's also a small Mexican market nearby, and there are just people from Southeast Asia who have migrated over to the Philadelphia area, and they just set up stands. But within the past couple of years, it's become legitimate. So like L&I has taken over, and they make sure that everybody is properly up to health codes
How
and
often
such.
is this happening?
Every Saturday morning.
Okay.
I think it's like April through November, and it's massive. It actually was on Philly Mag's top 50 best restaurants list. It was a little controversial because it's not really a restaurant, but Food and Wine just named it one of the best things in America.
Is it
One of
mainly
the best things in America?
Yeah.
Mainly just food?
It's you know what? Preston, I've actually never been.
Okay.
So I assume that there are like tchotchkes and other things being sold, but I think you go there and there's like 30 or 40 or 50 vendors just set up, and it's all authentic Southeast Asian food, and you just kind of roll in and try different stands, and they always recommend like doing it picnic style.
Is it
Going
like
and
a
grabbing
Reading
whole
Terminal
bunch
Market vibe?
of- It's more of like a farmer's market vibe.
Oh, all right.
I
Yeah.
wonder if it's got that. You remember in Crazy Rich Asians?
Yes.
When the love interest first comes to Singapore, immediately he takes her to this market.
Right.
Where he's like, this is a Michelin-rated, the bodegas, essentially,
Right, yeah.
food stands and stuff like that. And I wonder if it's something along those lines.
I hope it is.
Oh, all right. Well, anyhow, the construction for the 2.15-acre playground started in the summer of 2021, along with the mega swing. It will include climbing structures, a giant slide, and a picnic pavilion as well.
So this is a perfect Saturday afternoon, a belly full of lo mein and a swing set.
There you go. You got to love it. That's only good things. All right, other City Beat stuff. Let's go. All right, this is interesting. Steve, you sent me this article. Atco Dragway, which opened in Camden County in 1960, abruptly announced last Tuesday that it is shutting down for good.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the announcement was made on the Facebook page run by Atco Dragway. No explanation was provided. No comments were allowed on the post. The same announcement was made on the track's Instagram page, and comments there were also turned off.
So I thought this was a very active, they had a lot of drag races and stuff like that, and you hear commercials for it, and I wonder what the hell happened.
The announcement stated, Atco Dragway is permanently closed. We will not be open from this point on. The remainder of our schedule for 2023 will be canceled.
Wow.
And they will thank you all of your patronage and memories over the years.
There was an update this morning in the Inquirer, Preston. Did you see that?
No, what...
Excuse me, sorry, I was choking on some spit.
All right.
It was sold, but the buyer's still a mystery, and they have no idea what's going to.
That's a mystery.
The settlement has already occurred, but we have no idea as to what will be done with the property or the time frame where anything will occur. This was a sale of a piece of property that was purchased in a private transaction.
Okay. I've been to several different types of racetracks. Never been to a drag race before.
I have.
Top Fuel.
It is, NASCAR's loud, but this is loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
It's
cool.
amazing. I think it's very cool. Once, depending on where you are, they take off and they go so fast. They're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that it's not like, the circular, obviously, a race where they're coming around again. Here they come again. It's like, boop, gone.
Yeah, it's over in a few seconds.
Yeah.
And that's it. But, Atco Dragway, by the way, was the first official drag strip in the state of New Jersey. Originally opening in the Atco section of Waterford Township in 1960 as Atco Raceway.
Well, you know what? Since we will be home to the largest swing set in the world, make that the largest seesaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why not?
On that track.
In 2020, it was revealed that an Illinois company had submitted an application to the New Jersey Pinelands Commission to redevelop the 100-acre site.
There was apparently a town hall meeting last night.
Okay.
And it got heated.
And they danced.
No, it's not Footloose.
Oh.
No?
According to the application, the paved sections of the site were to be used for an automobile auction facility. The application was co-signed by Leonard Capone Jr., who was Atco Dragway's owner. So, I don't know, 180-acre site, but apparently this group in 2020 said that they wanted to redevelop it. So, not really sure. Okay.
God, those commercials like for them, and it used to be Raceway Park up in New York, and Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Hot rod racing.
I used to love that stuff. All right, here's another story. All right, another one you sent me over, Steve. An entire neighborhood in Philadelphia that boasts 35 single-family homes has hit the market for $7 million, sparking furious debate over what will happen to the occupants of the properties if the sale goes through.
Case, apparently it was actually up on Zillow.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the whole neighborhood.
The whole neighborhood.
The premium, fully occupied, and well-managed complex, which is located in the Cobbs Creek area of West Philly, was listed on Zillow and other real estate sites back in May, but when someone shared some screenshots of it on TikTok this week, it left social media users uncomfortable. It reads, all 35 parcels are situated in a tight geographic area, ideal for management and enhanced economies of scale. These fully occupied, and I'm reading from the listing, these fully occupied 35 townhomes present an advantageous investment opportunity in a rapidly improving West Philadelphia neighborhood close to amenities, public transportation, Cobbs Creek Trail, and other developments. Now, this is where Cobbs Creek is where Tiger Woods is. They're rebuilding that golf course.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. So it's they're doing a big.
Yeah, you're right.
refurb on that.
All right, what's the difference between a townhome, and this is not a dad joke, townhome and a row home?
Don't know.
That is a good question.
Essentially
there
the
seems
same
to be
thing.
more similarities than,
Maybe row homes come in more units, you know?
And I think townhomes
And they come with whores?
Townhomes are like a community. A row home can just be a regular city street.
Okay, quite possibly.
I know you can tune a piano.
But you can't tune a fish?
Yeah.
The listing describes the sale as a significant capital appreciation opportunity and points out that many of the homes have, quote, undervalued rents.
So this...
Of the 35 homes, 27 of them have 3 bedrooms, 7 have 4 bedrooms, 1 has 5 bedrooms. They also note that there is currently a $65 million commitment by the city of Philadelphia, among others, to revamp a golf course in the area. I think Tiger Woods is involved in that one. Or is it one in New Jersey?
I thought it was one in New Jersey.
Maybe it's
it
the
was
one in
him
New
and Mike
Jersey.
Trout.
Okay.
But they are, Cobbs Creek is getting a
yes.
Facelift.
Yes.
Think about this, though. So your $7 million actually seems low for what it's juxtaposed against.
Now, some of the concerns are people said that the people living in the home should have a chance to buy them instead of their entire neighborhood being up for sale.
Yeah.
But, and I thought that sounded a little funky too, at the very end of this article, it notes, since the video received so much attention online, the realtor in charge of selling the 35 homes clarified that the listing was for a property portfolio and not an entire neighborhood, as it was described.
Aha.
He insisted it's just a seller who owns 35 properties and is selling them. They're located across a couple of neighborhoods. So
it sounds basically like the same thing at the beginning of the article.
I don't know if you can buy them all in one chunk. I'm not sure how it works.
Is Cobbs Creek like a hot real estate property at this point, like Fishtown was a few years ago, or any of those?
I don't know. It sounds like they're going through a redevelopment to try and upgrade it a bit.
I get a Zillow email every morning, just for areas that I'm interested in the country. I find it fascinating.
I love it too.
Zillow porn is the joke, but I'm like, oh, you could get this for this, and this neighborhood is seems like it's getting more affordable, and that neighborhood's getting crazy.
Get the app on your TV. It's a lot of fun.
Is it?
Yeah, so I have the app on the TV, and we'll just, Claire and I will sit there and
Are you serious?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, that's terrific.
You guys ever go to an open house that a neighbor has, even though you're not interested in buying a house?
There was an estate sale not too far from where I lived, and it was an elderly couple, and they had been there for a really long time. It was way outdated. But as a result, the house, which was right near Villanova's campus, sold for what I thought was a steal. And, man, it still needs.
We're retiring, and I want to pursue my passion, which is choke porn.
Yeah. Well, that's what she was getting out. But it needed so many upgrades on the inside. But it's anyway.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the open houses or like any of the properties where you have to actually pre-qualify before they let you in?
Yes.
It's just so it's just like for people like us who just want to walk through a mansion and see what it looks like. Like,
that's exactly the whole purpose, Kathy, is to filter out exactly the kind of people we would be, which is I just want to take a look.
Is it for a higher end usually? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I did not know that. Pre-qualify.
Yeah.
What
they have to know that they want to know that you're serious and you're not just coming to basically look around.
Do they need to know that you could afford a place like this, or if you are legitimately looking to move?
I would imagine like a little bit of both, because how can they know that you're legitimately looking to move?
Right.
You know what I mean? Other than pre-qualifying for something.
We were somehow directed to, when we were house hunting, this house must have been 20,000 square feet. It was like, it's insane.
Oh my God.
Insane.
Yeah.
I'm like, how are we here? Yeah. And the disdain we had coming at us from the realtor and the people who'd laid out, little hors d'oeuvres and stuff. It's like, we got to get out of here.
Oh, dude, I've told the story when we were looking in the neighborhood we eventually moved into, and the first visit we went to was a model home, and we walk in, and the realtor was so rude to us. Yeah. It just pissed me off. I had asked what a ballpark price was on a home like this, and she just flippantly said it in terms an inflection was like, "Oh, you can't afford this."
Don't you love that?
I was just like, who the hell are you? I was so pissed off. I would love to find that bitch. Bitch, say what?
Man, when the last time you had a Falcon Punch?
But I tell you what, it was in a new neighborhood, new construction, and I made for sure that we were not going, and there were multiple builders in that neighborhood. We are not buying a house from those builders. Good. No way.
I just had a little bit of an incident like that too, and I always attribute it to like the way you're dressed. Like
marron glacé,
like exactly like that. But I walked in, I knew I had this appointment, and so I, made sure I was wearing, something presentable, and I wasn't going in, workout clothes or whatever. Man, and this lady,
where was it? Can you say?
It was I was looking at bath, like sinks and toilets, and bathroom appliances, and
only the wealthy can afford toilets.
Oh my God! And my brother sent me there. I called him afterwards. I go, why would you send me to a place like that? I go, what did I call her? I go, she was like a snot rag. And he's like, wow, you're a picky customer. I was like, no. She looked at me like, what are you doing here?
Snooty.
I mean, I literally was like, she's like, well, do you know exactly what you're doing? Yeah. And I go, no, that's why I'm here.
Do you know exactly what you're doing?
I'm here to look around and see if I like the crap that you carry, bitch.
Yeah. You should have given them the name Abe Froman. To get snooty.
I hate her
on the line.
I hate people like that. Yes. I need to talk to her right now.
I need to talk to this wench right now.
All right, so let's get to another one from City Beat. This is interesting. Pennsylvania State Police troopers traded in their police cruisers this week for construction vehicles as a way to crack down on unsafe behaviors like speeding and distracted driving across the Pennsylvania Turnpike. It is an initiative called Operation Orange Squeeze.
Okay.
And it's an effort started by the Turnpike Commission and the state police. It started nearly a decade ago, but they're doing this. So here's how it works. A state trooper sits in a construction vehicle.
There you go.
Inside of a work zone.
Yeah.
He or she is responsible for tracking vehicles with radar. And once a vehicle is flagged, the trooper relays the plate number and making the vehicle to a trooper posted ahead, who will then initiate the traffic
This
stop.
replaces their deer costume program.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, two troopers had to do that.
It was,
and one of them had to be the back, and, By the way, I had a baby deer walk out in the middle of the road today.
You ran it right over.
I just plowed right through that thing.
Yeah.
No.
I bet you I can detonate this.
It was so cute. I almost stopped to take a picture, but Mama was standing right next to her.
Preston?
Yeah.
Even the deer knows me.
A little fox ran in front of my car this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
A fox?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I was like, yeah, why? What do you mean? There's foxes around here.
Wait, listen, if you are like us,
Kathy Romano?
and you get up before the sun, you see many woodland creatures.
And doesn't it still excite you? Like I'm like, oh,
Yeah, I love it.
Totally.
And then you go, get off the road, go.
hurry.
Run.
Oh, I had to slam on the brakes to miss a bunny yesterday.
Oh, man.
Slammed on the brakes.
I don't know what it says about me, but I will gladly kill 30 people behind me to not hit
right.
You're
to
damn
not
straight.
hit a baby bunny.
A quick survey that I've been doing. What would you, if you could own one, and it was like nice and domesticated, would you own a fox, a raccoon, or an otter?
Otter.
Fox, raccoon, or an otter? What do you? Otters are very cute.
They're fun. Like I feel like I would
They
have a
are,
good time with them.
but they can be a little cantankerous.
They smell a little bit, though.
But he's saying if you can domesticate them.
Right.
So
Yeah,
if you can bring them
Fox,
around,
otter, or
they
raccoon?
smell?
Yeah, they are.
Well, they're coated in a...
they're seafoody. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
mine would take baths every night.
You wouldn't give it to them.
Casey, do you know Juniper Fox on Instagram?
No.
It's a very popular fox account on Instagram, and it's a domesticated fox, and this fox is adorable. So my vote goes fox.
So I love the way, and I've seen when you pet them, Nick, or you they're adorable. They make this great, beautiful sound. They sound like mini me, Casey.
Yeah.
Except when they're in heat or whatever,
Right.
when they scream in the neighborhoods.
I had one yelling the other night.
So the worst are the coyotes. Sounds like a woman being attacked.
I watched.
Horrible.
First of all, I heard that sound, Nick, in this little retention pond basin behind my house. I heard it, and I was like, "What's going on?" So I went back there, and I saw two foxes getting it on, and they were stuck to each other. So the one fox was trying to run away, and then the other fox was stuck.
Were they
It'll be
doing...
my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Were they missionary position or...
No, but also it was weird because one was trying to.
It's where it's the position where they're spooning, Preston.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine trying to run while you're engaged with somebody.
Oh, my God.
At the same time.
Wait,
It was
I just
weird looking.
heard this the other night, and I didn't realize that that's what it was. I was like, somebody is screaming outside,
It's a
and I'm like,
fox.
there's no way it's a cat. It just did not sound like a cat.
Fox or a
That's
coyote.
Exactly what it was.
And,
Okay.
and it literally sounds like a human being attacked.
Yeah.
I remember walking out into my yard, and I'm like, either that's an animal or there's a woman being attacked in my bush.
All right, so we got a fox, we got an otter, we got a...
I think I'm going to go with... I've always wanted to have a raccoon.
Yeah.
I love their hands.
I'm with you, Steve.
Yeah.
They're very dexterous.
Yeah.
And they could probably run the errands for you and
A little
things
bit,
like
yeah.
that if
Can
you
you
needed them
can
to.
you pick up?
Yeah.
Hey, open that for me real quick.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think I would
Don't
go.
mind if I do.
I would go with a raccoon.
Yeah.
Most likely. All right, and this is your poll.
That was my poll. That was my poll. Poor otters are not winning.
Otters are awesome.
They're adorable.
They are adorable.
My uncle had a home in Monterey and in Carmel, which is right in the Monterey Bay area, and we would go into town to these restaurants, and they had piers and stuff like that, and they literally would they'd go down, they'd get these abalones, that's what they eat, and they'd bring a rock up on their stomach. Yeah. And they would lay on their back and rest this rock on there, and they'd take the abalone and go bing, 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 and they would bang it on there to crack it open and eat. They were adorable.
And they would sing, they would go, abalone has a first name? No?
No.
No? Okay.
No,
they
I don't
didn't
think
sing
so.
that? Okay.
That's a terrible joke. I don't want to live with you.
I don't want you anyway. I was getting a raccoon.
You ought to do better than that, Casey.
But anyway,
I ought to know better than that. That's good.
They're
Take care, polar bear.
They're super cute.
They are.
All right. So anyhow, the Pennsylvania State Police.
Oh, right.
Operation Orange
Operation
Squeeze,
Otter.
Operation Otter on the turnpike in April resulted in troopers issuing 436 citations and 395 warnings.
This makes a ton of sense. Also because the workers are in danger of people driving recklessly. Right? I always slow down if I see road work like that happening.
Yeah.
Somebody wanted to remind us that raccoons can get your luggage at the airport.
That's right.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
Hey, real quick, by the way, speaking of otters, I need a good way, and I'll give you an example here. To
prepare them?
No, to use otter in a greeting, because I saved this this meme, and I'm using them all the time. I already said take care, polar bear. But there's another one that says, see you soon, raccoon. Gotta go, buffalo. And then toodaloo, kangaroo. So I need something like that rhymes with otter.
Good afternoon, otter.
That doesn't,
Why?
It's got a rhyme.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just like otters.
Why do you need it for otter?
Because I like otters and I need a good
Because
greeting.
you like otters.
I like
Okay.
otters. And yeah.
How about
so-
Harry Morgan played Colonel Potter, Otter?
Hey. I banged your daughter, Otter.
No, it's got to be like more of a greeting. Like, all right,
Oh,
toodaloo,
well, that could be.
kangaroo.
Oh, well, then now you've really refined it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
For the-
we got to
for
move.
No, listen, this is something people deal with on a daily basis. How do I approach this otter?
How is it that you get to derail us and then say we got to move on?
Well, because I'm also the executive producer.
Because he knows.
I'm also a client.
Yeah. He knows that I have no way
to move on.
segue.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
To do a natural segue back into what we were
He's
talking
like
about.
the pusher who drives you to a rehab facility.
We have things to do today. It's going to get hotter, River Otter. So we got to do the thing with the Dunkin'.
You tried it, but
I did. It worked.
it did not.
It worked.
I like this one, Casey. Welcome back, Otter.
Welcome back, Otter.
He's looking more
Riff on
for
welcome
It's got
back,
a
Otter.
rhyme. It's got a rhyme.
Yeah,
like-
there's got to be a phrase that comes before it.
Otter.
Yeah.
With Otter.
Yeah. Listen, guys, it's time to scoot, little Newt. Let's go.
Harry
man.
Potter.
I'm losing faith in you.
Yeah, we're going to stop now
Preston,
so we
hurry
don't
up.
get any more of these.
Hasta
So,
mañana,
I
Harry
got
Iguana.
one. Shut your filthy mouth.
Hairy iguana? Iguanas aren't hairy.
This one is.
Okay. Give me my goddamn music so I can city beat it out of here.
Oh.
See what I
Okay,
did
Blue
there?
Jay.
All right. That's the last story in City Beat. And we'll take a break and we will come back.
We'll take a break, Garter Snake.
He's getting angry.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
And we're going to talk about more.
It was like the silence just pierced the room.
We're going to talk about more Philly things when we return because
Ding-a-lings.
Come on, be nice, Three Blind Mice.
Our friend Victor Fiorello will be here from Philly Mag, so stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. No animal rhymes a moment. See ya.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, Preston, this device is very strong.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I can say why now you don't wear sneakers in this thing. I think it's just my.
All right, let's try it on slow and see if you guys can actively do it, and then we'll speed it up as we go along.
Great.
All right? Sure. Here we go. Final round, most likely. We'll see.
I have to poop.
Jacob, slow. Here we go. And it begins.
Yours.
Okay, come on, Casey.
Get over.
Kyle's over.
Over.
God, damn it in my gut. You got to duck. You got to chill.
Casey, that was coordinated. Yeah, dump that. Good. Dump that. I think oh my God. You got me in the pills.
Everyone is on the ground now.
I'm up. That was directly in the balls.
We lost.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no. Oh, wow.
Casey's fighting it.
It's alive.
Casey's actually fist fighting it.
All right, here we go. It's coming around to Casey.
Is this survival of the fittest?
Oh, my God.
Kyle, be careful. Oh, gosh.
I think it broke.
I think it broke.
It's over, right?
We broke it. No, Jacob says it ain't broke.
Ah, Jacob.
Go sure it's broken.
I thought you were on our side, Jacob.
Wait, Preston.
Nick's alone.
Casey needs his cut man.
Oh, my God. This thing is insane.
It's insane.
And, oh, my God. We saw your love handles that time, Case.
Casey flew into Marissa. I don't know how
been
you
taken
do
out
this.
by everyone but Nick.
What's that, Steve?
I don't know how you could do that.
I know.
Kyle's tall. He can't jump and clear it.
And by the way, this is the small version of this. They have a bigger one for like 8 people.
Can we tie your shoe?
This thing. Jesus. All right. I think, have they had enough abuse?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, Marissa's being given the last rites.
Kathy, you sure you don't want to try this?
Come on, Kathy.
I'm pretty sure.
Kathy's back was hurting. This would kill her.
All right.
This will fix it.
So, who do we deem our winner? Do we have a
Marissa!
winner? Is it Marissa?
Yeah! She was the first to raise her arms.
It's great to have our guest back in our studio this morning. He's here to talk about a movie that is going to be in theaters On April 13th, it is a story of a gentleman by the name of Father Stuart Long, and it's called Father Stu. We're happy to have Mark Wahlberg here with us.
How are you guys?
Hey, Mark,
I feel
good
like
to
I
see you.
just broke the fourth wall. I watched her do the traffic. Wow, that
You
was
saw
classic.
it.
And I knew she was going to mention the Schuylkill. Schuylkill first, thanks. Schuylkill.
Well, you're an honorary Philadelphian. I mean, let's face it.
Take a lot of pride in that too.
Yes, yeah. I remember when the Eagles were heading to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You came on with us, man, and we never forgot that. And of course, you're Vince Papale, so that's.
I actually, it was the only time I could stomach the Patriots losing.
I know.
It was to my Eagles, yeah.
And we believed you when you said it, so that meant a lot.
No,
so,
it's true.
yeah.
It was true. It was an honor to put that uniform on.
So, Mark, the story of Father Stuart is it's pretty wild, man. It's and I'm curious before we go down the storyline of people may not be familiar with the life of Father Stu. How did this story get to you?
Oh gosh, it sounds like one of those jokes. I'm an Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills with two priests, and literally on a Saturday afternoon, one of them starts pitching me a movie. And he told me the story once. I wasn't really paying attention. He started telling me again, and then it just dawned on me. Oh my gosh, this is something that I should do. I'm always looking for the next great challenge, and more importantly, this was also an opportunity for me to do something that really kind of represents my faith, and hopefully will help a lot of people. And people are really touched by the film.
There's a lot to be gleaned from this movie, and I'm a sucker for this kind of story. The fact that it's real only makes it that much more impactful. But there's redemption. There's a false start to redemption that is driven home by a more cataclysmic event that occurs with Father Stu, but also all the things like I think forgiveness and things that we lose sight of. I was talking to Casey prior to having you on today about we've forgotten how to take people as a whole entity,
and most importantly, seeing the good in people.
And that point is driven home in the movie. Is that we're all imperfections. We're all that part of it, but retain the ability to say, this may not be something I'm thrilled about this person, but they did this. There's something in there.
Yep.
And that point's driven home as well. There's something in Father Stu that makes him able to slalom into the right people's spheres who help him along.
Yeah, and he's then in turn touched so many people in such a short amount of time during the priesthood. But it's remarkable. I just went to Helena, Montana. We had the premiere there, and to see all the people, to show the film to his family, his friends, parishioners, but also see how many people he touched.
Right.
It's remarkable. I mean, you really feel his presence there, and now we're getting to share that with the whole world.
For those who don't know his story, and I don't want to give away too much of maybe what you want to keep for the people who view the film, what is his story for those who may not know?
Well, he was a boxer. His parents, he lost a younger brother really early on. His parents didn't really have the coping skills to deal with that. He was left to his own devices. He became a fighter. He was angry at the world. He then tried to go to Hollywood to become an actor, fell in love with a girl, would do anything to be with her, and of course she lured him into church. She couldn't be with him if he wasn't baptized and wasn't Catholic. He was like, dump the water on me, oh man.
Yeah.
And then he had this terrible accident, had a visit from Mother Mary, and then he went to the fullest extreme and said, not only am I going to become a Catholic, I'm going to become a priest. And everybody in his life just thought he was absolutely crazy. He challenged everything about the priesthood in the seminary, got diagnosed with a rare disease, incurable disease, and then as his physicality deteriorated, his spirituality soared, and they still campaigned to have him ordained as a priest, and he touched a lot of people.
He seemed to be like leap of faith was his thing because
he'd try anything.
In the beginning, he moves to Los Angeles with nothing, no one that checks into a hotel. I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
Well, he found out otherwise. And but yet this other thing happens in his life, and yet he takes another leap, and he seems to be one of these that just trusted his instincts 100% all the way.
Yeah, it was all about intuition for him. And, it's remarkable because the things that he did in a short amount of time, really, I talked to the Archbishop who had ordained him, and he was like, I couldn't believe, but he had so much real-life experience, and all the things that people were going through and struggling with, he had already experienced. So he knew how to kind of help them cope with that, and to see with all the adversity that he faced, he handled it with such grace and dignity. Yeah. And if we're lucky enough to get old, we're all going to face it.
Yes.
But, it's one of those things where how do you cope with that? After just losing my mom. I lost my mom during the movie.
Yeah.
And so it's remarkable. It gives me a lot of comfort. I'm getting old, losing a lot of people.
There's a very powerful scene. I won't go into it, but it apparently happened right after your mom had passed, and it seemed as if, in a way, you were channeling that emotion in this scene. It's particularly it's in the church, and you're why I'm doing all these things that you want of me, speaking to God, and how am I here? And it seemed like, I mean, we've always, compliment you're a great actor, and in that moment though, so visceral. And everyone's tearing up at that, because you do have those moments like, wait a second, I thought I was doing everything right, but that's not what it's about.
Yeah, no. When everything's going good, life throws you a curveball, and God is definitely at work here. It's amazing to see how people are being touched by this movie. It's coming out now at Easter during the pandemic, where everybody's been struggling.
Right.
So people from all walks of life really feel like they identify and relate to Stu in their own personal way.
Yeah, and I can as well. And so. My father was a deacon. My father passed away 8 years ago, and and he wasn't born Catholic, and he didn't convert until he met my mother, and all that stuff. And so you talk about finding the grace of God through pain and suffering, and so they had lost their first born child, and you figure something like that could. And I talked to my dad about it. They could have been like peace out, thank you, but every single time I see you, I'm reminded of our son, but it actually it drew them closer to God, which is this crazy thing that happens, and it happened to fathers too. And so you're in Philadelphia, and you're doing a press tour in Philadelphia, and I wasn't sure if you were aware of Father Bill Atkinson. So his story is very, very reminiscent of what happened with Father Stu. So Father Atkinson wrote this book called Green Bananas, and Father Atkinson was a teacher at Monsignor Bonner High School, and he was a paraplegic. He was in a terrible sledding accident, and so he writes this book called Green Bananas, and essentially it's don't buy green bananas because you're not promised tomorrow, right? So you may not even be here to enjoy that yellow banana. And so this guy, I'm sure as you go through the city today, I'm sure maybe this will come up more than one time. Yeah.
There's something, and to that point, so there were two uncles in my life. My wife's uncles were both priests. 50 years plus. They've since passed away to Father Jim and Father Charlie, and Father Stu reminded me there's a similar sort of thing. There's an I don't know what it is, and maybe it's if grace is brought into your life, and you're there's a way they carried themselves, and you say, they don't know what they're talking. It's easy a lot of times to dismiss. You can't possibly connect to my situation. But I remember years ago sitting down with both of them at various points. I'm like, man, they got it. They got it. And they were able to speak comfort to me at a time when I really needed it. And you project, there's a couple of scenes in the movie where you're dispensing the solace to people in trouble, and they look at you, and you're in this vegetative state, Father Stu, I should say. And you always get that, well, if he can, then maybe I can. And if this helped him, maybe it can help me. It's such a powerful message.
Yeah, and it's important. I mean, people are really struggling right now, but having that real life experience is invaluable. When you were talking about that particular scene, I've never studied acting, but I have a lot of real life experience, the good, the bad, and I kind of utilize all of that in portraying these characters that I play and try to do it in the most authentic way. And so going through that particular moment at that particular time, but still, Stu and the way he handled it helped me, and it will continue to help me. And I just am much more optimistic about the future and accepting things that you can't change. And
learning that is a big lesson.
Yeah.
Who did you meet from the real story? I know Father Stu has passed, but anybody from his family?
Oh yeah, his dad, his siblings, his family, his best friends from the seminary, his childhood friends. He's got he's a colorful guy. Lots of really interesting friends.
Yeah. Well, I knew you were coming in, so when watching the film, I kind of wanted to look at the practical parts of movie making as well as taking the story in. And one of the things that I love, Mark, is, and I'm curious about you as an actor, when you're on the set and you're giving your lines and so on, it's not the same as what we see once it's edited and put together. The music in this film, the way they really added a body to it, I thought. And when you watch a completed film, does that start to impact you more with those added pieces of the puzzle? You know what I mean? Than when you were there delivering those lines.
Yeah, of course. I mean, well, I'll give you a great example. I was making a movie called The Fighter, and I wanted to watch every great boxing movie ever made leading up until the start of the film. I happened to be on a plane flying to Boston. I had Rocky on.
Yeah.
Watching Rocky, all of a sudden, every time I watch Rocky, you know what it does to you. All of a sudden, I turned off the volume, and because I was on a call and I'm still watching, and the movie just completely didn't work.
Yeah.
Without the sound and all of the music and in the score. And so, yeah, of course. And Rosie's done a great job. I mean, I knew when I was reading the script, because all this, the scenes described the music that would be playing and the artist that she wanted to use. I was like, oh, this is going to be really expensive.
This is Rosalind Ross.
Rosalind Ross, yeah.
First-time director.
First-time writer.
Wrote the script, and you took a chance.
Yeah.
But I think you had a good. I was reading an interview with you, and you said she wrote the words. She knew what she was seeing. What better person to translate that?
Yeah, I've definitely felt like that because we were trying to make this movie for a while. David O. Russell and I were trying to get somebody to write the script, and I couldn't crack it, you know. And then when she came and said she wanted to,
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So the Cooling Caravan has been making its rounds this morning. Our friends from Dunkin has set us up with their community cruiser and loaded it up with lots of iced drinks. It's iced coffee and some ice coolers and things like that they have. We started off in Tinicum, and now I believe we're headed to Chester. And Connor is on location with the Cooling Caravan. Hey, Connor.
How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. All right, so where did you guys move on to now?
We're at Camco Building Supplies out in Chester.
Camco.
All right, building supplies. Are they working in a hot environment today, sir?
Yeah, so if you can see, it's almost like a lumberyard.
Yeah.
So this is all outside. Here with Steve.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
What's up, Steve?
Hey!
Hey, what's your title there, Steve?
Sales and quoting and project management.
All right.
Everything.
Project management. All right. So how many people do you have working there, Steve?
We got about 30 here today.
All right. Very good. And you guys work no matter what the conditions are, I assume, right?
That's correct. Rain, snow, sleet, heat, cold. My guys are outside all the time in the yard.
So the bulk of what you have is, as we saw, as Connor panned the area, is all situated outside. Not a lot of chance to get cool on a day like today, correct?
No. So this was like a perfect treat to keep the guys cool and, give them something to be happy about today.
Cool.
Love it, man. So we're happy to do that. We're happy to send Duncan in there and get the guys started off for a little bit of refreshment to begin the day. How long do you guys usually work? Is it an 8-hour shift or does it go longer into the day?
12 to 14 hours a day usually.
14 hours.
That's real work.
Man, you guys are hard workers. Well, listen, we're happy to do this little bitty thing just to kind of say thanks for working hard and also to remind everybody to hydrate and be safe when these hot days hit and so on like that. But
thank you very much. We appreciate it, guys. MMR rocks.
Oh, thank you, Steve.
Hey.
Steve Cardarelli is his name, by the way. So, Connor, you guys hang out for a bit. Make sure everybody gets satisfied. And have you tried that watermelon drink that they have yet?
Yeah, I had 3 of them at the last stop. Coffee this time. Try to mix it up. Get a nice balance.
Do us a favor, and we're going to give you your discretion. Bring us back lumber.
Yeah.
Ooh,
some lumber.
You can pick whatever you want.
Any kind?
Any kind.
Drywall.
Yeah.
2x4s.
I'm looking for cedar.
Yeah, a nice piece of hickory would be good.
All right.
So.
Whatever you want. Yeah.
Oak is
All right.
nice.
Yeah. Thank you, Connor. Kathy, any kind of wood you want from
Oh
Connor?
my God, I'm having so much work done at my house. Connor, I'll take anything.
Go with bamboo. That's more environmentally conscious.
All right, thanks, Connor. We'll check it. All right, so the Cooling Caravan in Chester as we speak. So thank you to Duncan for supplying the goodies. And don't forget to fuel your summer days with Dunkin' iced coffee. And Philly, of course, runs on Dunkin'. And speaking of Philly, we have our good friend here who is with us, and we usually do a yearly meetup.
Yes, for this very reason.
That is exactly it, and it's the best of Philly from Philadelphia Magazine. We have Victor Fiorello.
You guys rock.
Thank you, Vic. Good to see you, sir.
I tell you, I love coming on your show, but it does present me with problems. Starting off with the fact, because you announce who's coming on your show, 7 o'clock this morning. My phone rings. I'm still asleep. It's Dr. Mike reminding me that I'm late for my colonoscopy.
What?
Then I get a text from Steve Wilson at Wilson's Barbecue saying if I don't give a shout out to him, he's not going to let me buy ribs anymore. And then my carpenter, Travo, said he's not going to complete my cabinets if I don't say hello.
Wow.
Now that we're past all that.
Jeez. You get berated.
That's funny.
Are you late for your colonoscopy, or has Dr. Mike been
Apparently.
hammering you on that?
Well, let's just say I'm overdue to see Dr. Mike.
all right.
And
Yeah,
yes, I need to get my colonoscopy.
Yeah, you can write about it.
I am going to write about it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
sure absolutely nobody wants to read about me getting a colonoscopy, but I am going to write
Will
about
this
it.
be your first one?
It will be my first one. Yeah.
Okay.
It's my
All right.
debut.
I had two within a month and a half, believe it or not, because the doctor gave me the option. She said, we went in and we saw something. You want to check it in 5 years or want it out now? And I said, now would be nice.
Yeah, take it
I don't want to sit there worried. And so the prep, the propofol, awesome. Yeah, you're going to dig that.
That's the Twilight, right?
Yeah.
Is that the idea?
Yeah.
All right, so Best of Philly Mag is out, or the Best of Philly edition, I should say. Do you cover? We'll start off with Dr. Mike. Are there medical? I know you guys do top doctors. That's a big issue as well. But do you cover some of the medical stuff in Best of Philly?
Yeah, Top Docs is a separate thing. Let me tell you, if I could give a Best of Philly to a doctor, it would absolutely be Dr. Mike.
Yes, no
without
question.
a doubt. But no, we don't really cover doctors in here. I will say that, the 2023 edition, we did Best of Philly in 2020, 2021, and 2022. But this year, it feels like Philly's really back in a different kind of way. The bars are full. The concerts are going. It was... Try to imagine doing Best of Philly in the August of 2020. I mean, it was
nightmare.
We did the best we could,
and you did a great job. However, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And there's a unique energy. I would say return to the old energy. Not that you were phoning those other lists in, but the categories are very creative, and there's a lot of cool stuff. And I love sort of what is your cover depiction. And it's one of your honorees, the heroes of the I-95 rebuild, which has just captivated the city and even nationally. It became a story about how quickly something we were sure was going to take 8 to 9 months was fixed and corrected within days.
Yeah, I mean, we plan these covers out. This is a print magazine, obviously.
Yeah.
So we plan these covers out well in advance. So I have to give a shout out to my art department. Keep in mind when I-95 collapsed and when it got fixed.
Right.
For them to come up with this as the cover for the August issue is pretty remarkable. And I love it, celebrating the sports teams and I-95 all on one cover.
As a seasoned observer of all things Philadelphia, that had to blow you away how quickly everything came together on that.
Oh, absolutely. And when it first happened, it was kind of like, oh, God, I guess I'm going to spend the next year writing about how colossally this gets effed up.
Yeah.
And instead, it was like, wow. Obviously, there's still work to be done. But the fact that I think it was less than 2 weeks later, cars were able to drive over it.
We actually had a thing planned one morning because we were sure there was going to be backed up traffic and we were going to go out and help them. And it was actually some of the lightest traffic that area had ever seen.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that could be like the success story of the year. I know that there are stories where lives get saved and things like that. But as far as anticipation and preparation for, I'd put up. I thought this is going to take a year.
Yeah.
A year.
Right.
In 2 weeks, they nail it.
And the fact that people are sitting at Citizens Bank Park during Phillies games watching the whole the cam that they had, which was actually one of the most boring things you could ever watch on a screen because it's just bit by bit. But you would go onto that feed and it would show you how many people were watching, and thousands of people were always watching that thing.
It was huge.
Nice. What are some of the things you'd like to point out to people when you're telling them about the best of?
Well, as with all years, but I think this year in particular, you'll see a real focus on maybe places you've never heard of.
There's a ton.
A lot of the quote-unquote best of lists that go around are kind of rehashing of Yelp reviews and or public voting, which I love the public, but of course, if you leave it to the public, it doesn't often produce. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Best new taqueria in Best of Philly is called El Chapulin, not too far from Casey's house. The address is Westchester Pike, but it's actually on a little side street, and you would never know it's there unless you know it's there. So, the fact that we found them, we visited them several times, as well as other taquerias. So there's a lot of real research that goes into this. We're not pulling these out of a hat. El Chapulin. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but Chapulin.
Well, over the years, you've talked about the vetting process and about Listen, a lot of times it's like when they do the top 25 rock songs, it's going to be pretty much the same. There's not a lot of changes. So you guys sort of modified the way you curate the list, and you do get those finds. You do get those things that are off the beaten path. And this list in particular, going through, it seems to, from beginning to end, seems jammed with them.
That's true. Yeah, we really did. I mean, we spent a year researching this.
Right.
Is that why we never end up in this? Because we're not off the beaten path? Because we are on the main road?
I'm pretty sure that you guys wound up in here at some point in some way.
Yeah, no, we have a couple of times. He can't do that. I
That's after I drunkenly texted him one night and said, "Why the hell are we never on these lists, Victor?"
Well, you can't go back to the same well.
No, you can't. I get it.
Well, I mean, we do repeat winners sometimes when there's like a sort of time peg to do so, or when something changes, let's say.
When we're actually good, Preston.
Yeah, and that is so seldom. We lack consistency, so you got to pick the good years.
We had a good show last Friday. So.
Yes, maybe
So maybe next
There you
year.
go.
That should be
That was a really
that'll
good
be
show last
2024.
That was our one.
Yeah, remember, we'll send you a copy of that one.
Yeah.
But this is actually related to your show. Best band you've never heard of, Vixen 77.
Yeah. We're thrilled to see that.
They're opening MMRBQ, I understand.
So cool.
Yeah.
So I'll have to get there a little earlier than I normally do.
You're a musician, well.
I mean, they're great. I mean, the sound is amazing. I love that it's, 5 young women, just rocking their faces off.
I love to see things like Jello Man is on the list. It made the list. So, he's become sort of he's a staple in all the events that are happening around the area. We had him up at the Cardboard Classic. It's cool. So it's a staff of people that are picking. It's not you solely, correct?
No, that's right. So I handle the fun and games section, and I do a lot for the food section. And then there's different editors who handle different sections. I obviously am not the head of shopping and style.
Yeah.
Or fashion. Or health and wellness, for that matter, right, Dr. Mike?
Yeah, I also like seeing Wawa's Schwaberfest on the list.
That's fun,
and that these are little enhancements to life. And everyone has enjoyed that very much.
Let's go one of your areas of expertise, the fun and games section of the Philly, the Best of Philly from Philly Mag. There's one on here that says adult fun, and it's called Porn Stash. What is Porn Stash?
So Porn Stash is a fun, very adult night out, as the name would suggest. It happens at different bars and comedy clubs around the city. Basically, there's 2 comedians, and they show porn clips. And then they have a sex therapist. They might have somebody who works in the sex industry. They might have a adult dancer and a psychologist. And they all sit around with the audience and discuss what's funny about the porn clips. Because let's be honest, a lot of porn is
it's
pretty
hilarious.
ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. David Tell used to have a show that it was all classic porn.
Dave's Old Porn.
Dave's Old Porn. And it was basically that premise. So this happens how often?
Usually happens about once a month.
Once a month.
And it's just they have a Facebook and Instagram. It just happens all around the city.
Okay. How about some other things that you've pointed out? There was one that says the new annual event, the Philly Bike Ride.
I mean, I just think that's great. Dozens of miles of city streets shut down for a day where, we all can just ride and not worry about
getting hit by a car.
Getting hit by a car.
So it's not a race. It's just a ride.
It's just a gentle ride.
That sounds like fun.
I think it's happening this year in October again.
You know what I thought was cool? Seeing Vincent Basile. Is that how it's pronounced? Best Lifesaver? And he, I think this was it not at the Eagles game?
Yeah.
Right. And he and then there was another medical professional.
They
nurse.
were both mummers.
Right. And they helped this guy who passed out and administered first aid and saved his life.
Yeah, we talked to the other nurse who was on on the site as well.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so you note that, Jello Man, there's this taqueria and on a side street in Upper Darby. I think it just kind of shows how we put a lot of time and effort.
No, and it's interesting too. And here's one, and there's mention of it in the actual article. Philadelphia Parking Authority, and you even start on the first sentence, hear me out, hear us out. Why did the Philadelphia Parking Authority, to the best of your knowledge, make the best of list this year?
Well, because they have a new initiative to ticket cars that are encroaching on bike lanes when they park.
Okay.
And obviously, this is concentrated in West Philly and South Philly. And, the bike lanes are a real issue, and we have more bicyclists than ever. So we definitely salute the parking authority, not for giving us tickets when our meter is expired for 2 minutes,
Right.
and they were hanging out smoking a cigarette there, waiting for us to, not come back in those 2 minutes. But to deal with real problems like that, they've also have a new initiative against abandoned cars. So
It's a
we
huge
think
issue.
let's have them do more of that work,
Yep.
and less, ticketing people 2 minutes after the meter expires.
Agreed.
Steve, you're going to love this one. This is in the fun and game section. And Victor, I'm so glad that you highlighted this. It says a way to waste an hour or two with your kids. And this is watching the planes fly into Philadelphia International Airport from Fort Mifflin.
We've talked about this countless times. People cannot believe how awesome it is. I mean, there are times when you think you could literally reach up and touch the landing plane. It's pretty wild. And you're at Fort Mifflin too, which is a major historical site. So
yeah, I like to bring a picnic, lay down on the grass, and just watch them sort of barrel over you.
So do you have to find out if they're landing in that direction, I would assume, because it's cooler when they're landing. When they're taking off, they're going away, they're getting bigger and bigger. But when they're landing, they're coming in. The other way, they're getting smaller and smaller as they're taking off. But they come in, and you can't believe how close. So I guess you got to figure out which way
That's right.
The planes are flying that particular
Let me ask you this, and I heard this a number of times. My wife and I went over to did a river cruise in Europe. It was a big vacation. It was a wonderful time. But I heard a number of times the Philadelphia airport mentioned as the reason why you don't have as many direct flights as you would have out of Newark is because the runways at Philadelphia Airport are shorter. Is that a fact to the best of your knowledge?
I've heard that's true, yeah.
And that makes it a
Absolutely.
problem. Okay. So but you know what? On the other hand, we can reach up and touch landing aircraft. So that's cool.
That's right.
Yeah.
There's one in here, actually, that I have a connection to, Victor, and it says the best letter writing campaign, Letters from South Philly. There's this woman you wrote an article about, Jean Merritt, that she will handwrite you a letter if you send her a letter. So I reached out to her. She wrote me a letter, and she said, I'm not doing this anymore. After the article that you wrote, she was absolutely besieged by people. And she wrote me the sweetest letter. It was so nice. And she sent me little stickers and things like that.
Yeah, she's probably giving me a big middle finger right now. But now that I included her months later in our biggest issue of the year. But my understanding is she has picked it back up. She is doing it.
But it's a genuine thing.
Yeah. And she wanted a handwritten, and so she's like, some people think they want to become my pen pals now, and it doesn't work that way. You get one letter, and that's it's because she's got too many people getting in touch. But it was very sweet because I haven't received a handwritten letter in a long time, and
Not
it was
one that
pretty
you
cool.
wanted. Yeah.
You just send an email to lettersfromsouthphilly@gmail.com. Tell her a little bit about
She's
yourself.
gonna hate your guts.
I know. I'm just going to keep saying it. Lettersfromsouthphilly@gmail.com.
So, which on this list, which is expansive, is there one that jumps out that really makes you think, wow, they really contributed to a better feeling and a better vibe about the city overall in this issue? It was like a little hidden hero or hidden gem that really made quality of life that much better in Philadelphia this past year.
Well, just to be honest, we already talked about it. I have to go back to
the bridge,
to everybody, surrounding that, the contractors, the first responders, Josh Shapiro and his team.
We had him on and we were talking, and it just seemed we'd had the smoke coming in from Canada. There was a 500-pound pile of pasta found along a river in New Jersey. We had weird stuff going on, and it just seemed like what the city needed at that point. Do you agree?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that the surprise of all of us when first when he said it would be fixed within, I think, 2 weeks. And we were rolling our eyes. But then I was like, well, wait, he's smart enough where he's not going to say that unless he's going to get it done in 2 weeks or probably less. So the guy obviously has some future political aspirations.
You would think, yeah.
Marissa had mentioned this Southeast Asian market in FDR Park recently. Have you guys ever touched on that in the magazine?
Absolutely. We've written about that. I think last year they might have won Best of Philly. And if your listeners haven't been there, it's just downright amazing. It's outdoors. It's Cambodian, Thai stands. All sort of Vietnamese.
Wow.
Laotian, and you just walk around and sort of the best way to do it. We just did this recently. You go with a group of friends. You each have like $20 or $30 to spend, and you go get different dishes, and then you all meet back up at the the meeting point to have your picnic, and you all sample this or that, these noodles, this
That's
shrimp.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
So here's one that, and this is obviously a coveted title to have, at least by in context with the magazine. Best new bar, Solar Myth.
Solar Myth is a kind of amazing place. When we heard about this last year, that a guy wanted to open an all-day cafe that also doubled as a live music venue that would only present the most avant-garde and experimental music that exists.
Right.
We were like scratching our heads, like, wow, that's either brilliant or bizarre. So the bar itself is really cool, and all the music that you hear in there is produced on their a turntable behind the bar. It's all vinyl. They have bins of vinyl that you can pick through. They have really cool books. They have a great wine selection. And then they have this music room, which holds 150 people. And truly, they present the most bizarre music. But they're sold out almost every show.
Really?
Because if you're a fan of bizarre music, think about it. There's not many places that
That's where you're going to go. Yeah.
That's true. One thing that we did differently this year also, or two things rather. The one would be, we tell you how to spend your best day in a given area. So
I saw that.
So I did Atlantic City in the fun and games section.
So give us a little preview of that.
Yeah. So, I tell you where to go get your edibles in Atlantic City to start your day.
There are more and more places opening up. Yes.
Yeah. And there's one in Atlantic City that's right off the boardwalk. And, unlike in Pennsylvania, where you can only get, smokables.
Right.
In New Jersey, you can get edibles. So you can go get gummies and chocolates, whatever. Then you go to Bart Bladstein's new water park at the Showboat, which is supposedly the world's largest.
Have you done it yet?
I've toured it. I don't like
water parks,
communal water, other than the ocean with its giant.
You and me see eye to eye.
Yeah.
It's like a human stew. However, it looks
communal water.
It looks amazing.
It does, and I've talked to families that have gone through.
Yeah.
And then we also feature the Hook at Caesars, which is a new sort of adult dinner/entertainment venue. And of course, I'm featuring Ocean Casino Resort, which is my favorite place to stay in Atlantic City. The rooms are just gorgeous. The views are phenomenal. And you can get like this ridiculous burger by room service at 6 o'clock in the morning once you get back from all your gambling and
you need that burger. Yeah.
So the Hook thing, and I talked about this on our City Beat segment a while back. It's kind of a permanent show that they've put in place that's going to be it's got like a kind of Cirque du Soleil, for lack of a better description, I think, physical things and a big production.
That's right. It's actually produced by a company that does big shows like this that are permanent out in Las Vegas.
Okay.
So here at Caesars, there's a restaurant that's attached to the theater. So the idea is you kind of go to the restaurant, which is called Super Frico, and then you go in and you see the show.
Yeah, I think I'm glad AC has put something like that in, or because that's one of the things. And I know they're touristy and all that, but Vegas does have those standalone things that are going to be there for at least months, and for sure you can get tickets to it.
You're going to go and commit to doing the AC thing. You want that. That's what you want. Look at the big thing in Vegas now. That the new theater. That's the
Globe or
it's
the Sphere.
astonishing.
Yeah. Right.
No one knew that what they were going to do was images on the outside of it that looks mind blowing.
Yeah, and the residencies that they have there. Because when I look about what's going on in Atlantic City, I look at the dates. I'm like, well, I can't. We got something going on. I can't go to that. You know. But if they have some things that are sticking around for a little bit more time, I might be more inclined to go into Atlantic City and try something out.
And the water park is a game changer too, because it's an indoor-outdoor water park. So in February, when the kids are driving you crazy, you can go get a room at Showboat, spend hours, at the indoor water park. The kids get some exercise.
It's a brilliant idea. It really is.
Is it no longer a casino? Is it only just a water park now?
That's right. So Bart Bladstein who of course developed the Piazza in Northern Liberties. He bought it, I think, with the intention of reopening a casino there, but then wound up not doing so. So it's a hotel. They have what's called the world's largest arcade there. And the arcade is actually really cool. And they have these indoor electric go-karts that I think go probably beyond the legal speed limit or whatever is safe for an indoor go-kart.
Is this a multi-layered course? Because we've seen the ones where they have overpasses and or is it just one level?
I think it's just one level.
Okay.
I haven't been on it since last year.
All right.
But yeah, so the Showboat and all their development there with the arcades and the and now the water park. I mean, that's a year-round destination.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you get in the around section, you've got Atlantic City, I see Main Line, Queen Village, and Bella Vista. Are there a whole bunch of these in here?
Yeah, each section has one of them, and then each section has a geographically based list of picks, and then each section also has a sort of how-to guide with a best of Philly winner. So, for instance, in my section, I love karaoke, so I interviewed Delco DJ Lisa Parks, who does karaoke all over Delco and the Main Line, on her tips for how to sing and not sing your best karaoke performance.
So what distinguishes a top-level karaoke experience as opposed to substandard? Is it all predicated on the participants?
Well, that has a lot to do with it, but you also have to consider your host.
Yeah, okay.
Now, Lisa used to, before she started doing DJing, I always get his name wrong, Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, right?
Oh, yes, yeah.
She was a backup singer for Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, stopped doing that 32 years ago, and became a karaoke DJ back in the days when there were the big laser discs.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
So she's been doing it since then, so she can sing like a fiend. So obviously that helps a lot. And yeah, of course, you need a good crowd. You need people. I think it's always good to have a mix of people who are really great singers, who are able to like nail Celine Dion or what have you, and then people like me who are just idiots who really don't care what they sound like.
You need a stage. You need some lights. You need some things that highlight what's going on. Because I've been to karaoke and where the person's over there singing and everybody else is just kind of
doesn't pay attention. Yeah, it's got to be a real presentation. Yeah. All right.
I want to ask about, because I have a friend of mine who opened a restaurant and they were featured in this magazine. And so my friend Jason Oakday, he was running a pop-up like pasta type of thing where you could order your pastas and stuff via his Instagram handle. It was Farina De Vita.
Oh, yeah, they're delicious.
Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight that because he just opened in South Philly in the spring and has already made it into the Philadelphia Magazine Best of, which is pretty great.
Yeah, we do what we can. We're definitely not lazy, and it kind of drives me crazy when I see some of these lists come out. D'Alessandro's is not an advertiser of yours, right?
No.
Like in the last 3 months, these best of lists have come out that have D'Alessandro's as the #1 cheesesteak in Philadelphia. Now, I was never that impressed by D'Alessandro's, but I took a ride up there with a friend of mine, actually my carpenter, Travo, and we got cheesesteaks. And I mean, talk about hot garbage.
Really? I know people that people love them.
Listen, they have bad taste. That's what it is. There's also like a line out the Olive Garden door, and the Cheesecake Factory has a 2-hour wait in King of Prussia. So there's no accounting for these things other than people have bad taste. That's why we're here, to tell you what's good.
So what is your cheesesteak of choice?
Oh, man. Well,
and it's the worst question.
I do love it. I guess it depends on where I'm at because I'm not going to drive too far. Right. But in Delco, we're fortunate enough to have Delco Steaks, which to me is a great sandwich. They have their eye on, quality for sure.
Have you tried Steve Wilson's Impossible cheesesteak?
I have not, but I did actually last year. Steve won for his what's it called, sea brisket sandwich, which is not a cheesesteak, of course, but he won Best of Philly for that last year.
This Impossible cheesesteak, Preston.
Yeah,
it's our favorite.
Yep.
Meat or no meat, it's our favorite. It's just unbelievable.
Actually, I think I have an interview with somebody in this issue of the magazine who is not a vegetarian who raves about the Impossible steak. So it's funny you bring it up. He happens to be John DeBella. So I guess now that he's retired, we can talk about him.
Yes, right, yeah.
Interesting. All right, well, this is out now, the 2023 edition. Anything else you want to highlight before we wrap?
I guess it's out. I mean, you guys somehow got copies before I did, so I had to beg Marissa this morning, you've got to get me a copy because I haven't looked at this in 3 weeks. So, yes, it should be at Barnes & Noble and Whole Foods locations now and coming to your mailboxes soon, and you can check it out right now at phillymag.com. And I would be remiss if I did not say a happy anniversary to my wife.
Oh! When's the anniversary?
It is today. We met on this day in 2000 at Bob and Barbara's, and 2 years later on the same day we were married. And
with the family and everything. In fact, your daughter played the harp at, wasn't it the Morris Animal, the fur ball?
Yes, she played the harp.
Super talented.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very
Thank
cool.
you.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. We'll be throwing back some specials at Bob and Barber's tonight.
Beautiful. Best of Philly out, Philadelphia Magazine, Victor Fiorello, our good friend on the Preston and Steve Show. Thanks for stopping by, Victor.
Thank you.
All right, we will take a break and come back in a second, and we got some more B-File stories I think you shall enjoy. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
I said if she could put it on the page, she could put it on the screen.
That's wild.
Had you worked with Jackie Weaver before?
No, I hadn't. No.
Because she plays the mom in Silver Linings Playbook, which is obviously set here in Philly as well. And I love her. She's so compelling. And there's something about her eyes whenever you watch, like she just emotes so well.
She's fantastic. And I lost my mom during the making of the movie, and to kind of rely on her, she was definitely there for me in lots of ways. And if I ever needed to get emotional or anything like that, like there's a scene where I'm coming into the church and I realized that they're actually going to ordain me, and I just looked to her, and then of course I just get super emotional,
So your father in this film is Mel Gibson, and so I noticed that your relationship with him in this movie is very, very similar to Daddy's Home 2, where he plays your father in that movie as well.
Oh my God! Yeah, he was going to play my brother, but Mel obviously was Bill Long, Stu's dad, his first choice, second choice, and third choice. I've made a lot of movies about real people and especially sensitive subjects, and I've never had somebody deal with it in such a nonchalant way, the way that Bill has. I mean, he really gets a kick out of it. He doesn't really. He knows that that I'm playing Stu, but he's able to kind of detach himself from that. And so, like, when he sees Mel, he just starts giggling all the time.
Well, he, and he made The Passion of the Christ and directed, and I assume you were able to pull on his expertise, because this was a smaller film than some of the other films you've made.
Yeah. And of course, taking on the responsibility of financing the movie myself. He financed The Passion. He kind of did it all. So that was something I was able to take a play from his book and kind of figure out the best way to get the movie made without any kind of creative interference. Because once you bring on a financier or a studio, and everybody's got notes. I mean, they're paid to have an opinion, right? And then you kind of get into the rabbit hole. We didn't want to make a film by committee. We wanted to kind of do our own thing and then find the right partner to distribute it.
Sure. You're just tuning in. It's Mark Wahlberg is joining us in studio. Father Stu is going to be on theaters April 13th. You guys shot this in 30 days?
30 days, yeah.
Wow.
It's like 6 years to get it done, and 30 days.
It's always, yeah. You're basically in quicksand for all this time, and then all of a sudden you have to sprint to the finish line. And then it was the same thing with, we had a lot of time to edit the film, but then we had a short amount of time to release the film. So,
I'm sorry, Case.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that you were able to get it done so quickly because you work hard. And there was a nice documentary that was done about your life, and you just know that you're just the dude who is just working from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. I also know that you take your health and your physical fitness very, very seriously. You don't do it because you have to. You do it because you want to and you love it. So, gaining 30 pounds in 6 weeks. Was that fun or did that suck?
It was the worst experience of my life. I'm still feeling the repercussions of that. It's just because it's just at my age, it's not that healthy to do.
It's a freaking nightmare.
I tried to do it in the most healthy way possible. So when people think, "Oh God, you got to gain 30 pounds," oh poor you. It's not like all the things you crave are on the menu. None of those things were things that I got to eat. I didn't.
The fun stuff.
I was eating, a dozen eggs with a dozen pieces of bacon, 3 bowls of white rice, drinking olive oil out of a glass. And then I'd have a steak. And then, right after that meal, 2 hours later, you get a knock on the door and you got to eat again. And you got to pound another meal. So from 7,000 calories a day for the first 2 weeks to then 11,000 calories for the last 4 weeks. It was terrible. And it was all like sodiums, starches, stuff to get you bloated.
Healthy. Not healthy at all.
I can't believe you guys do that. Because we have a friend, Rob McElhenney, did it for a role too.
It's always sunny.
He did it for a laugh.
He did it for a laugh. But
he said what Mark just said. It was a nightmare packing on that weight.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to lose it because then you're just, you got to be disciplined, right?
Yeah.
You got to be able to say no, but to pack it in when you're already stuffed, that's just the worst.
Do you know the book or the movie called Diary of a City Priest? It's based on a guy named Father John McNamee, and it was set here in Philadelphia as well. It's sort of like what Casey was bringing up. And the movie was starring David Morse. And when watching Father Stu, it sort of reminded me of these people that find ways to do good for people who really need it, who need to find some salvation and don't know where else to turn. So if you like doing this role with Father Stu, I highly recommend Diary of a City Priest.
Yeah, I definitely checked that out. I'm a big fan of Dave Morris too. But it's one of those things where Stu, like, he was so effective, especially like in his prison ministry. When he would go and talk to the inmates, because he was one of those guys.
Yeah.
So he could just tell them how it was. And we all know people who have made bad decisions, and if they feel like nobody cares, then what are they going to live for? We have to remind people that we're not going to give up on them. Nobody's beyond redemption. You see the good in people, and accepting people for who they are. So
it's so important. Yeah, that's what Christmas Carol is my favorite book of all time because of that. You have someone who is, everyone's deemed beyond help. This guy's gone, and he does have redemption. And sometimes you just need someone to extend a hand and say, okay, we're going to work on this. And that's what this whole movie is about. I love that he has almost a false, not a completely false start, Father Stu, to his embracing of becoming a priest. But it all becomes clear, as I said before, when he has another step in it, this disease that he gets that really, what does it really come down to? And it seems to me that you in your life have gone through, you've hit that point where you are all in now. Was that a hard process, or did you have a kind of a switch flick moment as Father Stu had?
No, I mean, I've always been, ever since a young age when I started refocusing on my faith, good things started happening for me. I'm a guy who's super disciplined and routine, and I've got a lot of gratitude. I'm like, okay, if this is working, I'm sticking with this. I'm not going to veer off of the plan at all. And then I realized, of course, all these things are happening for a reason. I'm being put in this position for a reason. The story's coming to me for a reason. And so to be able to then focus on doing the greater good and figuring out what my purpose is and how I utilize all the talents that I have and the position that I'm in to do something great and help people and inspire people to do more. And that's why I'm hearing now all these great stories. I can imagine if this movie works, I really want to focus on doing a lot more faith-based content, things that'll bring people together. Hopefully people will come to me with great stories. Young filmmakers will come with their ideas, and I'll be able to help them make their movies and get these kind of projects out there.
It helps people.
And then also doing more things just behind the scenes without going and talking about it. Because, the left hand's not supposed to know what the right hand's doing. We're supposed to be doing things out of the goodness of our heart, not for a pat on the back. But it's also, it's important to have the conversation, especially in this day and age when there's so much focus and emphasis on negativity and people being so judgmental without really, and we all have our own stuff. We all have our own issues, and it'd be a shame for somebody to go and affect somebody else's life knowing they have stuff. I mean, that's a bad situation.
Yeah, the inclination just to dismiss people in their entirety it's got to change. It's how I think that's how we all heal when we start to do what you just said.
Casey mentioned your work ethic and how busy you are. Do you ever take breaks? You ever go on a little downtime?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's golf. It's golf, right?
But golf. I mean, I get that. I get that time every day. I wake up with my prayer routine and reading scripture, and then I kind of work out. And then if I'm lucky, I wake the kids up, I'll go play golf in 2 hours or less. I have that time to myself, and then I kind of work for the rest of the day. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the summer after I finish a movie in July and go up to our lake house in Gaza Ranch and play golf and hang out with the kids. And
you're my kind of golfer, by the way. I'm like a Sunday morning, crack of dawn.
Yeah,
little under 2 hours, I can play 18 holes.
Yeah,
Love
you got too much stuff to do. I mean,
you do a lot of praying on the course, I assume, right?
Please God, go in. Please God, go.
Yeah, it's funny because my wife was just give me an earful. She was like, Brendan, my youngest son now is playing golf too, which is the greatest thing ever.
Totally.
And it annoys my wife so much because now she can never say no to me going to play because both of my sons are playing.
Bonding time.
So he's like, Mom, Dad even rushes on the golf course. And she's like, you know how bad that is? You're rushing on the golf course. I said, whoa. I said, do you know why I rush on the golf course? She's like, no, why? I said, because you call me every 10 minutes going, where are you? Why are you taking so long? Get home. So I purposely stopped playing in the middle of the day with my friends and playing the 4-hour golf round.
Right.
And I started playing first thing, crack of dawn, like a crazy person for you. It's only for you.
Mark, there are certain scenes in certain movies that will just always bring a smile to my face. And there's a scene in Ted 2 where you guys are doing the Law and Order theme, and they started. Yes, and
hey, you lawyer guy. Bum, bum.
They were advertising Law and Order: The Return during the Super Bowl this year pretty heavily, and I could not hear your voice and Seth MacFarlane's voice every time the spot came on. So I just want to thank you publicly for doing that scene.
Wow, thank you.
Well, I got to put in for the stripper name. When you run through the stripper names, it's a perennial. My wife and I, that's a perennial. So
Well, there's a lot we could thank you for, but you do have to get going. So we're just going to remind people that Father Stu is in theaters April 13th. It's a great film. And if you get a chance, please go see it. And it's great to have you here in person. Thanks for stopping by,
likewise.
man.
It's nice to actually get into the studio again, see people one-on-one, face-to-face. I mean, this pandemic has been tough on everybody. So
I hear you, man.
Well, the movie came at the right time.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Mark Wahlberg.
Can't understand the words. Can you understand them?
Yeah, the mix is.
I heard something about Bradley Cooper.
Yeah. I can give you the Well, I mean, it's accurate to Nicki Minaj. I mean,
I heard Iceworks.
Wait a minute. No, that's from Star Wars. I hear a character. Oh, from one of the movies.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. A reminder, 1 week from today.
Oh, my God.
The Preston Steve Belly Flop Championship is back. You know, we've taken 3 years off from that event.
Yeah,
and
we had no option.
It's time to get back to it. So we're at the Valley Forge, or the Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort.
If you've never been back there, it's really cool.
Yeah, and what I understand, we're going to have a food truck out there as well.
Yeah, with a whole bunch of stuff, including smash burgers.
And some MMR-centric dishes that they have. I think, what was the... there's a veggie burger that they will have called the Pierre Burger.
Oh, my God.
That will be available, and we're going to have to try that, the Pierre Burger. And we want you to be there for this event. It is open to the public, 21 and over, but there's a beach, there's tiki bars, there's DJ.
It's a happy hour time frame.
It's a big area. Yeah, it's 6 to 8 p.m. It's next week. We're going through our contestant selection, and we'll finalize that and make those announcements next week, more than likely.
There's a Kathy-related one that I think is awesome.
I agree, 100%. All right, so details at WMMR.com and PrestonandSteve.com. Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Sport and Social. And you can cheer on the Fightins just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with Budweiser, cocktail specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. Well, a Utah man is dead and another is in jail, accused of beating his friend to death with a can of soup.
Can of soup?
Yes. On Saturday, a 14-year-old boy called 911 to report that the 37-year-old suspect and another man were fighting at a home. The boy said the suspect was beating the victim pretty bad and that he believed the victim was dead.
Was it chunky soup?
It may be.
Yeah, carries a lot more weight.
Yeah. When the sheriff's office deputy arrived at the home, the suspect told that the other man was fine and that the blood on his hands and shoes was his own.
Oh, okay.
However, the deputy found a lot of blood in the hallway, and the victim was lying face up in a pool of blood. The man, whose name has not been released, had no pulse, appeared to have been beaten severely with a can of soup. The suspect stumbled when the deputy arrived, and the deputy had to hold him from falling because he was intoxicated. The 14-year-old told authorities the suspect and the man killed had been drinking together when the suspect tried to get the boy to drink alcohol. The boy refused, and the suspect backhanded him, cutting his lip and knocking him to the floor. When the second man tried to intervene, the suspect attacked him, and the child left the home and called authorities. It's a terrible story.
That's brutal.
Yeah. In Massachusetts, police were sent to a report of a vehicle explosion on Saturday. Crews were sent to a possible vehicle explosion. It was in the Walmart parking lot. When crews arrived, they found a vehicle that it had all of the glass blown out of it. All four doors of the vehicle appeared to be displaced, but were still attached to the vehicle. Fire crews found a woman with minor injuries, but refused to go to the hospital for further evaluation. And the investigation is ongoing, but it is suspected the woman may have been in the car with all the windows down, huffing, using cans of compressed air to light her cigarette. I think all the windows were up. It said they were down.
Yeah.
So a lot of times the fumes are very flammable. The buildup of the fumes inside the vehicle and then the attempt to light the cigarette appears to have caused the explosion and damage to the vehicle and surrounding vehicles. How did she walk away with all the glass blown out, with minor injuries? All the doors were displaced.
You know how, Preston? She's a Walmart shopper.
I guess so. They're very
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
very resilient. So, a shark swimming in the shallows near a beach resort in South Carolina has bitten a man in a seemingly unprovoked attack. A 60-year-old man who has not been named was in water just 2 to 3 feet deep off of the Sea Pines Beach on Hilton Head Island on Friday when a shark nipped his foot. Shore Beach Service.
A lot of nipping going on these days.
Service personnel helped the man back to land, and paramedics attended the scene. They transported him to Hilton Head Hospital for treatment for the apparent bite wound. Following the incident, they closed the beach to swimmers for the remainder of the day.
Yeah.
Nipping big time, Steve.
Yeah.
You're nipping.
Nipping good.
A man has drowned after deputies say he ran from them as they were serving a warrant for someone else.
No! You'll never get me alive!
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office in South Carolina confirmed the deputies went to a home along River Road to serve a warrant.
I
Sunday
feel so
afternoon,
stupid. I'm a murderer, too, so I naturally assumed it was for me.
for someone who failed to appear in court. And when deputies got to the home, they said a man whom the deputies were not looking for ran from the house and jumped into nearby Lake Cunningham. Deputies jumped in to help rescue the man, but they were unable to find him. A dive team later found the man's body. So I'm assuming the guy couldn't swim.
Why would you jump in a pond if you can't swim?
I don't know. Authorities have identified the man as Chuck Gilbert Shelton. His official cause of death was ruled accidental from freshwater drowning, according to
the lesson is always make sure the warrant is for you.
Yeah. In Maryland, let me see if this is the one. Yeah, this is stick with till the end with me here on this one. A man has been charged and a woman is wanted in connection to a fatal stabbing. Officers were called for reports of a stabbing, and upon arrival, they found 62-year-old Mervyn Daniel had been stabbed inside of a restaurant during a dispute and was left lying there unresponsive. He was taken to a hospital where he later was pronounced dead. A homicide unit began investigating and identified one of the suspects involved as 37-year-old Jesse Culley. Culley was arrested and charged. A second arrest warrant had been obtained for a 21-year-old named Rika Poston.
I want you to both know you've ruined Lobster Week.
Who lived in the same home. And then Daniel allegedly got into, here's what happened. Daniel allegedly got into a verbal altercation with Poston and Culley inside of a restaurant before the incident occurred. The restaurant, they left, okay, and then they returned. Poston was allegedly looking for her missing $10, and upon re-entering the cafe, she yelled, "I will kill everybody in the store." As Daniel stood near the kitchen area of the restaurant, witnesses told police that he grabbed a butter knife.
A butter knife?
Or she grabbed a butter knife off the counter and stabbed him. And that's what killed the guy.
Whoa.
A butter knife. And I've never heard of that before. I imagine if you jam it hard enough, you can break the skin, but you'd really have to be slamming that
They're
down
used
hard on
primarily for butter.
They are made for butter. It's written in the name.
A butter knife.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was kind of a strange story. There, I put it in the bizarre file. All right, we have another break to take. And can I give something away?
Do it.
Or no, Casey says I can. All right,
Don't do it.
We have to take a break right now. Be back in a moment. Stay with us, all right? We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, yeah.
I can't
You'll be dead.
What?
Your face looks like a vagina.
I'll be careful.
A vagina.
What?
A woman's vagina. That's what your face looks like.
Oh.
Kathy, you've never seen the vagina?
Your face looks like a woman's vagina, is what I'm attempting to say. On this planet, it's probably the norm, but where I come from, we would be sexually aroused by your face. You understand? I'll forget it.
It's Alec Guinness's
See,
birthday today.
on my planet, we would say face effing, but we could do that with you. I'll forget it.
He doesn't understand. And welcome back from the weekend. Yesterday was just wonderful and didn't even rain as much as I thought it was going to.
So I've learned that even if they say it's going to rain, I don't know, it's been breaking in our favor
Yeah, it
lately,
has
the
been.
last couple
Yeah.
times. So,
Yeah.
it was wonderful. How energizing is that when you step out and it's like that?
We went out, my daughter and son and I went out and hit a couple of parks. We went to Valley Forge, we went to the Audubon Society's sanctuary. and
Right,
just
yeah.
Walked around outside for
great.
a while and
Yep.
just we were taking in the smells. Like when you get out into the areas, into the woods and so on, and you get these scents, it's just great, man. Makes you feel good.
It's funny you should say that because I said, warm weather has, and obviously there are reasons. There's obvious reasons. Things are warming up and you're getting that smell. But the second you step outside, you're like, it just smells like spring.
Yeah.
It smells good.
It's just so inviting.
Preston,
Yes.
are you enjoying nature? It's so nice, isn't it? Your walks with your family will be remembered forever.
Yeah.
Please drink it in.
And I posted this on Instagram yesterday. We found a used Trojan condom wrapper right by one of the cannons. in Valley
Do you think it was a Civil War condom?
I think it was, and that's why we left it. We felt that maybe it was important to leave that piece of history right there where it was.
Yeah.
Plus, we didn't want to touch it because there might have been some kind of who knows what. And I didn't have any gloves or anything.
Well, that could have been Lincoln's condom.
It could have been. Well, maybe Washington. Yeah, you never know. It was made out of wood.
Oh my God.
Wow. It was stuffed with wood.
It was a wood rubber. No.
My dearest wife, sex has become so painful since I started using those wooden condoms. Sorry about the splinters last night.
But anyhow, getting outside, oh man, it was something else. After surviving an overdose, a woman returns to her childhood home to confront her personal demons, but instead discovers a real one in Matriarch. Here star Kate Dickey explains who her character is.
Is not what she appears on the surface.
Slightly Scottish, you think?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
She has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's one of the thickest I've ever heard.
I love it.
Yeah.
Can we play that again?
Instead of two, she says tay.
Yeah.
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
Yeah,
I love a hardcore Scottish accent.
And that is hardcore.
That is thick.
Though I'll have to see the movie and see, because a lot of times, as amazing as it is, someone with an accent that thick can peel it back, and you wouldn't know.
So Matriarch is out on Hulu now.
Where are you from?
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
It's like a Simpsons character.
I know.
Totally.
Holy crap.
Groundskeeper Willie.
All right, next clip. Here we go. In Ticket to Paradise, a divorced couple teams up to stop their daughter from making the same mistake they think they made 25 years ago. And then this clip star George Clooney explains why he and co-star Julia Roberts never dated.
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well.
Well, if you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects.
Yes.
And a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
Took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I had congestion too. So, sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like, taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No. And then flash forward now, we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see. I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right,
that,
exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such a unique thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything. And then it just came back around one day.
What's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree.
Ooh.
I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the time to do it.
No,
This is the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts tickets.
Yeah. All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. We're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're
Yeah,
not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
You wouldn't
It's
know
all
what that tastes
legit.
like anyway.
It's all edible, and
Or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
No,
nothing
Is there a
gross.
chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly.
Listen, I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an
burnt orange.
peel. Yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "He goes, hang on." He looks at me, and he goes, "Oh, it's not real. Never mind.
It's not real."
Yeah, so-
like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right.
hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question, because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yep.
Yeah,
anger eating.
All right, so have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But I have, as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah. And the only thing is I have had twinges of, like, if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything, and it's gone. Like, there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect, though, your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look, statistically,
depending on where you are, 2-3 o'clock, somewhere around that time, they're supposed to be moving into the area, so it's going to be hit or miss depending on where you happen to be hanging out. So just a heads up on that. And usually when you get really, really hot temperatures and storms coming in, they can be kind of intense.
Absolutely.
So just heads up on that. But tomorrow we're looking at sunshine 95. The humidity levels, yes, they're going up. And then Saturday, some afternoon thunderstorms, high 93. And then Sunday, Monday, we get back to normal, 82, 83 degrees, somewhere in that comfy zone. All right, so we need to give something away. We are going to give away, for the lesson question, pair of tickets for the Metallica 72 Seasons World Tour live broadcast. So it's at movie theaters. They're going to be showing this live. And this event will be August 18th and the 20th. So let's go with this. Some people watch Access Hollywood. What similar show do I like to watch? 215.
Oh, yeah.
215-263-WMMR was a flub that I had around 7:45 this morning, all right? Let's do that again. When some people like to watch Access Hollywood, what similar show do I like to watch? 215-263-WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Mr. Morrison, what do we have today?
Well, will.i.am revealing what it has been like to collaborate and produce Britney Spears over the years. will.i.am describes it as a dream, saying everything will go great as long as you can keep Britney out of the garbage.
Oh, my God.
Tom Brady appears to be dating Bradley Cooper's ex, Irina Shayk, as the two were seen all around L.A. over the weekend. Shayk would represent a departure for Brady, who is more comfortable starting relationships while his ex is still pregnant.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
And finally, Nick Cannon brought his radio co-host and baby mama Abby De La Rosa to tears after presenting her with 3,000 roses while on air. Cannon told De La Rosa that each rose represented a potential son or daughter he has yet to meet. That's your Hollywood.
All righty, we're peeking back into something I said earlier this morning. Some people watch Access Hollywood, and what similar show do I like to watch? And we will go to Frank. See if we can get the answer. Frank, good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
Just pulling into the Outer Banks.
Oh, hey. Well, thanks for tuning in while you're headed down that way. A little vacay, man. All right, so Access Hollywood is what some people watch. What do I like to watch?
Ass Hollywood.
Ass Hollywood. That is correct, Frank. Hang on. We're going to give you a pair of tickets for the Metallica 72 Seasons World Tour live broadcast coming to movie theaters nationwide for 2 nights only. It's August 18th and the 20th. Experience the M72 World Tour on the big screen live from AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. And you can see the band playing 2 nights with 2 completely different sets. For tickets and a list of area theaters, you can visit Metallica.film.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's. And you can head to Rita's, try the new Peach Ring Ice, or add delicious frozen custard for a Peach Ring Gelati, or as a Peach Ring frozen drink as well. Just mention Metallica. We'll start with them at the top. Metallica's Lars Ulrich announced online that the band's Foundation for Workforce Education is headed into its 5th year. He said through a video, we are seeing results 5 years in with the help of community colleges across the country. And we are helping people fill these essential jobs which require skills and training. We're so proud and grateful that we can facilitate the program. The initiative now directly supports 42 community colleges across 33 states to enhance their career and technical education programs.
You might have heard about it on Ass Hollywood.
The All Within My Hands Foundation has invested over $6 million in the American workforce. And I apologize. I should have led with and totally neglected the fact that Sinead O'Connor passed away. We covered that in the entertainment news earlier this morning, and I don't even have the official news story in front of me. I set it aside, and I meant to bring it into music news, but she was 56 years old.
Yes.
But she shunned that ceremony in protest at the false and destructive materialistic values of the music industry. One of my favorite songs from her was a tune called The Emperor's New Clothes.
I dig that song.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Tune?
Got a little play, but it wasn't as big as obviously Nothing Compares to You.
Yeah, it didn't really hit, but it's one of my favorite songs from her. Her son Shane was only 17 years old when he died by suicide last year. Her cause of death, like you said, has not been revealed as of yet, so we will hear more about that. But just sad news when somebody...
A life of pain.
Yeah.
She had been molested, I think, multiple times as a kid, and it's, you know, I don't know. Well, it's sad, obviously, all the way around.
Yep. All right, moving on to some other things. Duff McKagan dropped a new solo single. It's called I Saw God on 10th Street. About the subject of the song, he said, I picture him as an old guy with a white beard and hair leaning up against a wall on a city street, the ultimate jurist of us all. He's currently on the road with GNR, and they're going to be touring North America next month. The new track is from his third solo album called Lighthouse, which is out on October 20th. Blink-182's Tom DeLonge will be honored by Fender as they launch a limited edition collection in his name.
That's pretty cool.
The guitar enthusiast commented through a press release saying, I try to write music that is accessible and easy to play and enjoy so that people can come along for the ride. This simplicity really inspired this new signature Stratocaster. It just has one knob and one pickup, which just makes it easy to turn up, play, and sound great, especially important when you're in front of a crowd and already have plenty to think about.
Is it Martin that's in the area? Martin Guitar?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Nazareth.
Bethlehem or Nazareth? I'm sorry.
It was one of the Jesus places.
Right, and they sent us a guitar, right?
Well, we bought it.
We bought it?
We bought
All
it,
right.
but we got a good deal on it.
All right.
The Stratocaster signature guitar and accessories collection is available now. And finally, Hartz and Wilson taped a concert for an upcoming episode of the PBS anthology series called Great Performances. She made the surprise announcement while on stage at Brooklyn Bowl in Nashville, and she let the audience know that the show was why all the cameras were around, and no air date was given for that. And will continue her tour through the fall with stops in Dallas, Tulsa, San Diego before wrapping in Seattle in October.
Have you explored that YouTube channel? That's all the midnight special.
Just very, very lightly, and I need to spend some
There's
time.
a ton
with
of
that.
stuff. It's
Yeah.
great.
And I remember seeing Hart.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
On the midnight special as well. All right, and that's all I have in music news, except for the fact that I have a pair of tickets to see Fallout Boy with Bring Me the Horizon, Royal, and the Serpent. And games we play. Sunday, August 6th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
It's a huge show.
And we'll take caller number 22. 22. At 215-263-WMMR. And they're on sale. The tickets are on sale via Ticketmaster. Details at WMMR.com. We'll take a break and wrap up the program when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You know, anytime soon, but man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to, try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my last day.
All right, Steve, were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after. I mean,
I know
had it.
there's connections to any of this stuff. All right,
Yeah.
dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you, man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating, but I mean, I guess you. Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm
care?
pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But, like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The
why
little,
Because of the texture.
little treats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's the texture. Like Steve said,
But if
you're
you-
constantly searching for something. So, like, yeah, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Right
like,
now,
It's
that's
like-
because I
but-
can't taste
Yeah.
anything.
Can't
Like
you-
zero sugar ice cream. And
Yeah,
stuff like
can't you
that,
find
know?
something that like is
Will approximate it?
that
the
approximates the texture and that is not
Putty?
loaded
Yeah, you
with
could. Case, you could.
yeah.
All
Those
right.
are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we
Let's hear
need to
it.
do this after the contest.
yeah,
We'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of balance.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh, these bad headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And oh yeah, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting the because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it
Scuba
afterwards if I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay.
Password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand me, I can sip it without smelling it.
All right.
Because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll
Okay.
she'll put it in your hand. Okay,
Man, I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going
think.
to smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay. And what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
She just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right. Get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No. It's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
I have to touch the boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever wanted to see Marissa feel of Kathy.
Oh, my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There we go.
Oh, my God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah, what is it?
Smell. Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not
Yeah.
even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need to use some water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's see. We're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called? The chocolate that you put on ice cream, like a
Hershey's,
like a chocolate syrup.
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right. Kathy, lucky you. One of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get
it. But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Wow. So a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe. So sweet, savory. What is the reaction?
No, like vinegar, maybe.
She's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing,
it doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? I mean, the FUD, the
chocolate sauce.
The FUD.
What about, I think she was going to say
the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
It's not hot sauce; it's chocolate sauce.
Sorry, chocolate sauce.
That's what you would put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not bad.
But it was kind of guessing. Well, and not going. Yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You know.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God! Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try it that
Yeah.
way?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh no!
But smelling it.
No smell.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of
different
water.
Yeah. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Well, you might.
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it too. I can smell the apple juice. I mean, is it safe to say that the sweet stuff
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a
sweet.
little
You're
bit.
rocking sweet than anything else. Yes. And you know what? Thursday morning, Preston and Steve show coming to a close for today, and then we officially head into No Sad Bro territory.
Yeah, we're in sort of No Sad Bro territory right now.
Yeah, Friday will be here very, very shortly. And today has been fun. I would like to thank, first and foremost, our buddy Connor, who headed out with our friends from Dunkin. And we did the Cooling Caravan this morning and sent out the Dunkin Community Cruiser to a couple of locations. We stopped by FedEx Ground in Tinicum, and thank you to Kelly Quinn, who reached out, and the staff of approximately 700 people that were there.
Yeah.
And then we went over to Camco Building Supply Corporation, and they're in Chester. And thanks to Steve Cardarelli, who reached out, and they had like 30 to 40 people working there outside. All these people working very hot jobs.
Yep.
And Dunkin set us up with not only their iced coffee, but these iced like cooler drinks that they had. They had like a watermelon.
That's excellent.
Drink that Connor had 3 of while he was on.
I want to try one.
But thank you so much, Connor and Dunkin, for being a part of that. And don't forget, fuel your summer days with your Dunkin' iced coffee. Philly runs on Dunkin'. And thank you to Victor Fiorello. editor of Philly Mag, and stop by, and they have their Best of Philly episode, which is out now. And there's all kinds of great fun categories. The standard ones, like the food ones that you want to look for, but also some kind of odd and off the beaten path ones, as he was saying.
A lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you, Victor. Always good to see him by this morning. Always good to see Pierre, too, who's here.
Thank you, kids. The Hooters won Best Comeback, and there's some kind of Best Return or something, even though they really never went away for the new album, which is cool.
It's getting a lot of play. We're playing a lot.
Yeah,
it really fits in nicely, and as a summer song,
perfect.
It's terrific.
I'm going to play another one from the album today, which was on One Way Home originally, which is their second national album, and it's called Engine 999. And they redid it in a similar fashion to how the current record, Rocking and Swing, sounds. And it's so fun and so upbeat and
awesome.
So cool. Yeah.
Excellent.
But that's cool. And Connor is the greatest.
He is.
You guys owe a great debt of gratitude to him. That guy works his ass off. He and Marissa's often here at 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Connor's often here up until 4 o'clock. He works so hard. He's so quiet. He doesn't say anything.
Yes.
But what he does for you guys is over the top, in addition to going out today.
Agreed. 100%.
He's one
of the good ones.
One of the good ones.
And a world-class mustache.
Yeah.
And a worldly known good guy.
I wouldn't say world class. I'd say Delco class.
Okay,
Yeah.
Delco class mustache.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we do the letter of the day?
Doo-doo.
Here we go. Doo-doo.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
L is in Levittown.
Hey! All right, we're headed over to Bucks County. All right, and we are going to give away a pair of seats, VIP passes, and a PRS guitar signed by Godsmack. And MMR presents Godsmack and Stain Friday, tomorrow night at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Part of MMR's rock residency, and tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. And you can text Godsmack to 39333. And we're going to send you all link to all the details, including photos of the signed guitar. But we give that away tomorrow, which is pretty sweet. So what's happening on your show today?
By the way, Brent tells me that that guitar is actually very valuable. It's a really high-end guitar.
Really?
So, I've not heard of that company before, but for guitar players, it's very cool.
Awesome.
What we have on the program are more Outlaw tickets for the great Willie Nelson. And also, we're going to get into blocks of all over the map: Todd Rundgren, Korn, and Chicago.
Wow!
Yeah. Because you can't be too varied these days. So we'll appeal to someone in one of those blocks. And it's Chili Dog Day. I assume you mentioned that.
We didn't even talk about that.
National
today.
of all shows to not talk about.
Well, you know what?
on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
I need to get a copy of that.
Yeah.
And we'll play the original version.
The connoisseur tomorrow, Preston. We can do a belated observance of
I've
the
got
chili dog.
the origins of the chili dog and all that information. I never got to it.
You know
Do
what?
it on PST, Pierre Standard Time.
And just celebrate today. Have a chili dog, and then we can talk about it tomorrow.
All right. I like that. Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Pierre. And I'll thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin, and also Wild Fork Meat and Seafood Market. Enjoy the largest selection of quality meats and seafood at low prices. Tomorrow, no Sad Bro Friday, we will give away that Word of the Week prize. We're also going to have as a guest Orlando Jones.
Orlando Jones.
We have not spoke to him for several years.
Ton of time, yeah.
So we'll have Orlando on, and we'll do our Friday things and wrap up the work week. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. Stay nice and safe and comfy and cool. And we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.